Good evening, dear colleagues. The sitting is open. Yes.
Can I ask why, again and again in these debates, we don't start on time? As a result, many people who put in don't get called. Can we please have a rule that all debates should start on the dot and people who wish to speak have to hear at the beginning?
I would applaud this as well. You have my apologies. This is the first time since I was elected last January that there is a delay of 10 minutes. There was not even 1 minute delay in all other sessions. So I accept what you have said, but please recall that since I was elected the president of this assembly, which is a great honor, it is the first time, it is the fourth session we have, and the first time that there was a delay. My apologies. I was with the 11 families of people who came from Ukraine to meet the president of this assembly because they are having missing persons. They are in jail, detained, or killed. And I felt like I had the obligation, having the honor to represent you all, not to stay with them only half an hour. It took me 5 more minutes. So, dear colleagues, I just want to remind you that you should insert the badge before taking the floor. As you begin your speech, please press the microphone button once only. I have the honor to announce the results for the election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights for Poland. Total number of members voting, it is 154. Number of spoiled or blank ballot paper, 0. Number of valid votes, 154. Absolute majority of the votes cast, 78. The votes were cast as follows. Mrs. Anna Adamasca Galland, 107. Mrs. Maljorata Vacek Wiaderek, 9. Mr. Adam Wisniewski, 38. Mrs. Anna Adamasca Galland, having obtained a majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence not later than 3 months after her election. I think that we should applaud her. Dear colleagues, we now come to the joint debate on 2 reports from the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons. The first is titled A Shared European Approach to Address Migrant Smuggling, presented by Lord Simon Russell. The second is titled Missing Migrants, Refugees and Asylum Seekers, A Call to Clarify Their Fate, presented by Mr. Julian Palke, which will be followed by a statement by Mr. Michael O'Flaherty, Commissioner for Human Rights of the Council of Europe. In order to finish by 5:30 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 4:50 to allow time for the reply and the vote. I call now Lord Russell, Rapporteur, to present the first report. Lord Russell, as you know, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear colleagues and Commissioner for Human Rights, it's a privilege to speak before you today about some of the issues around migrant smuggling, which are fueling the angry and often divisive dialogue of the deaf in our national and international political debates, particularly in this year of elections. This report aims to contribute in a calm and reasoned way, PACE's input to the current discussions on migrant smuggling across Europe. The smuggling of migrants is cross-national and international by nature. Countering it requires intensive, complex and continuous cross-border cooperation between governments and law enforcement authorities, and this can only work well if sufficient resources are available and when policies and practices are aligned to the same standards and legal definitions. It is an uncomfortable challenge and balancing act for sovereign states and groupings of sovereign states to manage their borders and to combat transnational crime, including instrumentalization, while simultaneously adhering to international human rights law. But let me be absolutely clear. I do not consider that it is the role of the Council of Europe to interfere or to be seen to interfere with such sovereign rights. These are the competence of nation states and of the EU, to which 27 of our member states belong. But I do consider that our role is to emphasize and underscore the core principles of human rights and the rule of law, which virtually all member states are signed up to. Last year at the Reykjavik Summit, European leaders reiterated the importance of international cooperation in fighting against the smuggling of migrants, and the Committee of Ministers is now reflecting on whether the Council of Europe should adopt an instrument on migrant smuggling. Last month, the Council of Europe organized the second international conference on migrant smuggling, where I presented the preliminary conclusions of my report. The permanent representatives of member states were present, alongside colleagues from the UNODC, Interpol, Eurojust, and prosecutors from member states. We heard about the concrete efforts already underway over the past years to help structure the judicial and police response to this crime. These efforts are part of the renewed efforts by our partner, the European Union, which has begun the process of updating its legislation in this field. And the rationale for this report is largely due to the timing of these new initiatives. The crime of migrant smuggling is clearly defined in international human rights law, in the Palermo Protocol to the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, and it is defined as the procurement of the illegal entry of a person into a state party in order to obtain a financial or other material benefit. 45 member states have signed this protocol, yet national legislation remains very inconsistent, and many countries conflate irregular border crossing and migrant smuggling. It is my hope and contention that if PACE and other bodies work together to acknowledge and address such inconsistencies, this will reinforce and underpin the entirely legitimate right of sovereign states to control their borders while simultaneously safeguarding the rights of people on the move. I do not believe that these two objectives are not achievable together and can be reconciled. The draft resolution and recommendation call for the adoption of a joint definition on migrant smuggling across member states. And this definition should clarify what the crime of migrant smuggling does and does not involve. This would help avoid unintended consequences, such as the criminalization of humanitarian assistance. And it would help focus the deployment of technical, material, and human resources on the increasingly intensive and coordinated investigative operations against high-level structured smuggling businesses and other associated cross-border crimes, without transgressing established human rights protections. I now want to touch on a difficult, divisive, and contentious subject: the instrumentalization of migration movements by states such as Russia and Belarus. As a UK citizen, I am uncomfortably aware of the contentious issue of migrants and refugees arriving across the English Channel. And I can only imagine how shocked and disillusioned one might be in a neighboring state to have a rogue state weaponize the import and then forcible export of human beings across one's borders. The Assembly adopted in 2021 a resolution on this, which was extremely well intended, but I'm sure it is of little help or comfort to the countries which are the recipients of these people being pushed across borders. And I contend that this problem cannot be resolved and diminished by pushbacks. Indeed, I suspect that the controversies that result from pushbacks and the agonizing about them in organizations like ours actually brings a smile to the face of those responsible for instrumentalization and probably encourages them to redouble their efforts to bring even more misery and political turmoil to their neighbors. If we want to be credible and efficient in our response to criminal acts, we must be clear and consistent in our laws, definitions, and principles. Pushbacks are an understandable response from a frontline state that may feel it gets warm words and sympathy from fellow states that in fact breathe a prayer of thanks that they're not in the front line against instrumentalization themselves. That is cold comfort. As I mentioned earlier, the timing of this report is quite deliberate. The EU is about to consider a new raft of measures to enable itself and its member states to respond more forcefully and effectively than it does at present. The members of the Council of Europe which are most heavily affected by migrant smuggling and instrumentalization are also EU members. I contend that it is our job to define collate, and clarify the multiple human rights protections and legal rights which have evolved over time. That is what is behind this report, but it is not our job to tell nation states or the EU how they should respond. It is our job to remind them that there are lines which should not be crossed. We must work together with them and not run the risk of being perceived as well-intentioned and idealistic, interfering idiots, or even as unhelpful competitors. It is my hope that this report will help contribute to this, what must be a joint effort, and I look forward to the debate and listening to your comments and suggestions.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Russell. I call now Mr. Palke, rapporteur, to present the second report. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate.
Dear Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, before my time as a parliamentarian, I spent more than 4 years on rescue vessels on the Central Mediterranean. I worked tirelessly with many others to prevent people from drowning in the Mediterranean. We had dramatic rescues where everyone survived and was brought to safety. And we had those rescues where people drowned, also in front of my own eyes, simply because we weren't enough rescuers in the area on this day. And I will never forget the day when we found the body of a drowned woman that was already floating in the sea for a couple of days. Even with all our efforts, we weren't able to retrieve it because it was already coming apart. We waited for hours for a larger vessel with better equipment. We put so much effort into retrieving this body because we wanted to preserve what was left of this person's dignity. For her not to be entirely forgotten, for her relatives to have at least the slightest chance to know of the death of their loved one. Like this woman, more than 30,000 people have vanished in the Central Mediterranean alone in the past 10 years, not even considering the migration routes over land or the deaths at land borders. It is a question of humanity to prevent people from going missing in the first place, but also to preserve every piece of information when a person actually goes missing. To allow for the families to search for their loved ones, to create certainty, to allow for the necessary paperwork and certificates to be issued, like a death certificate. All of this matters. It is therefore my privilege to discuss with you the report and the recommendations. In brief, I believe that we need a centralized approach to storing the DNA of victims, and with this, to also allow for a centralized matching system for relatives. With the help of civil society organizations, humanitarians, and the cooperation of states, relatives should be able to turn to an institution when in search for their loved ones. Also, family often lack access to the country where their relative is buried or the remains are located. If states would improve their access to visa for relatives to attend a funeral or to repatriate the mortal remains, we would allow families to grieve and to finally close a chapter which has remained open for too long. I was generously hosted by Greece for a visit under my mandate. Their practice of identification after the Pylos incident was outstanding and can serve as an example. With wider use of such practices, we would at least preserve some of the human dignity of those who go missing. And of course, if such a system would be in place, it would not save a life. But it would be necessary. But it's an answer to the question, which value the human dignity has and how long this dignity lasts. And our answer is, the human dignity is an achievement of our civilization, and it goes beyond death. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palke. I would like now to welcome Mr. Flaherty, Commissioner for Human Rights of the Council of Europe. Mr. Flaherty will make a statement now, and I have the honor to give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I greatly appreciate the invitation to return to the plenary, and I thank you and the honourable members for the welcome. Since I took up the mandate of Commissioner, I've spent a considerable amount of time engaging on issues of migration. I've spent a lot of that time visiting walls, new walls, higher walls along our frontiers. I've witnessed and I've argued against the repudiation of law. And I've observed with increasing concern the issue, or the opening of the issue of the renegotiation of treaties. There's one common theme running across these manifestations, and that is that the theme of making our borders and our countries more secure. I would argue that it's a dangerous and misguided direction for at least 3 reasons. First, this toughening of border policy does not serve its stated purpose. At least in the medium term, it makes the smugglers more daring. It makes them more dangerous, more ruthless, and equally effective. Second, this model of securitization posits a human rights security zero-sum game that is false. Human rights respectful migration policy is actually better migration policy, predictable, fair, trustworthy. And third, strategies that lead to the violation of international law are corrosive of the rule of law. So what would a human rights compliant refugee and migration and border policy look like? It would have at least 5 elements, which I'll very quickly present to you now, starting with the topics of the 2 reports before you. Firstly, on the matter of curbing smuggling, which is a vital task. The smugglers must be treated as the criminals that they are. But nevertheless, I would urge that we pay attention to the root cause of smuggling, and that is the absence of safe and legal pathways for migrants and for their applications for protection to be considered. Second, we must be very careful in the deals we make with third states in the management of smuggling. Just look at the situation some countries have found themselves in regard to relationships with such countries as Libya and Tunisia. And third, as the rapporteur has spoken of just a few moments ago, let's avoid the criminalization of humanitarian action by insisting that any definition of smuggling be that contained in the Palermo Protocol. And finally, in terms of criminalization, for goodness sake, avoid the temptation of criminalizing smuggled people. Turning to the issue of missing migrants, I agree with Mr. Palke about the importance of the topic, and he was able to describe in a much more potent form than could I why it is such an important topic. But if you'll allow, I'd like to concentrate now on the issue of its prevention. 2 things here. Again, safe and legal pathways are integral to the avoiding of deaths at sea and elsewhere. And second, speaking of the sea, we have got to enhance search and rescue capacity. Frankly, it's a disgrace for our countries, together and severally, that we do not have in place in the Mediterranean the capacity to rescue drowning people. Turning to other areas, once people arrive, it is vital that we give them a meaningful opportunity to apply for international protection and that we give them an individuated determination of their case. And in this context, I don't feel the need to debate pushbacks. For me, it's clear. Pushbacks are an intolerable and egregious violation of law. Fourth, we need to ensure decent reception conditions. We can do it. Much of the problem we encounter in terms of overcrowding, bad facilities, poor care is our own doing, because we put the reception facilities in the wrong places for tactical reasons. We put them in remote locations, or we crowd them into single places where resources are stretched. All such issues can easily be avoided. Fifth and finally, I would strongly encourage that our member states consider putting in place independent human rights monitoring systems at the borders. Where this has been tried, it is found to be useful and effective in terms of reducing the allegations of abuse and, in general, enhancing the sense of trust in the systems. Time is short, and so I'll conclude here by means of citing the world's arguably most powerful advocate for better migration policy, Pope Francis. Speaking recently, he recalled that migration cannot be managed by stricter laws or border militarization. Instead, he said, it requires justice, fraternity, and solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Flaherty, for your insightful address. And in the debate, I will call first Petri Honkonen from ALDE.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. First, I want to thank our rapporteurs, Lord Russell and Mr. Palke, for their excellent work on these sensitive questions. On behalf of the ALDE group, I must say how unfortunate it is that so often in this assembly we talk about and consider consequences, because that means that we are already too late. A dead human being in the Mediterranean is somebody's beloved daughter, son, husband, sister, or a friend. This terrible phenomenon that we see in the Mediterranean Sea is a severe consequence of the incapability of European states to stop this tragedy that is unfolding before our very own eyes. This report rightly raises a strong need to have joint efforts to prevent deaths, but also clarify the fate of the lost people. The European Convention of Human Rights clearly states that member states have a duty to prevent any violations to the right to life and investigate any cases of unnatural death. From this perspective, Europe and EU member states should work better. Building walls will not stop people from seeking refuge. To prevent the phenomenon of irregular migration, we need better international cooperation and functional, safe routes for those who seek safety. We must engage in cooperation and functional, we must engage in cooperation with African countries of origin and better support their development and stability. We must also improve humanitarian aid and support. EU's role is crucial in implementing these policies with African states, but also in generating rescue operations. From a liberal perspective, it would be most desirable that all member states respect human dignity and do their utmost in solving the fate of missing people, but also in recognizing unknown bodies. The toolkit for this is rapidly improving, but there is still some uncertainty in the use of modern technology in these measures. The protection of personal data is important, and I'm also glad that the resolution covers also this aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Petri. Paul Gavan on behalf of the United European Left.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the United European Left, I want to commend the rapporteurs of both of these reports, and I want to particularly welcome the speech by our new Human Rights Commissioner, who called out very clearly for a human rights compliant migration policy. That's what all of us should be able to agree on in this chamber. The first thing I want to say is that people fleeing conflict are dying, especially in the Mediterranean en route to Europe, due to a lack of safe pathways. The fact that reports like these need to be written is proof positive of our collective failure to protect desperate and vulnerable human beings trying to make their way to Europe. This failure is compounded by the fact that many of these desperate people are fleeing wars and the aftermath of wars created by Western countries. In the limited time available, I want to focus particularly on Julian's report. It's timely, given the recent increase of deaths at sea. 2023 was the deadliest year on record for migrants, and the International Organization for Migration has estimated that more than 1,000 human beings have died or been reported missing in the central Mediterranean Sea since the start of 2024. There are many reasons why migrants go missing and obvious reasons why we need to ascertain what happened to them, all of which are laid out very well in this report. The report rightly points out the need for harmonized standards of reporting, investigating, and the handing of information on missing migrants and refugees. The support or lack of for families of missing people is a huge issue. It is awful to hear that some families can't access visas to help with the search or identification of their loved ones, or indeed to arrange their funeral or repatriation. The financial burden of all of this, as well as the administrative blocks that families face in search of information, is both heartbreaking and cruel. The report also acknowledges that there are some good practices being used and acknowledges the work of the Missing Migrants Project, the Family Links Network and Interpol's iFamilia initiative. According to data collected by the Missing Migrant Project globally, 68,000 human beings have died since 2014. The remains of 28,000 people who lost their lives during migration have not been recovered. Over 30,000 of those dead or missing migrants were recorded on the Mediterranean routes. We know that search and rescue efforts and the facilitation of safe, regular migration could prevent many of these deaths, but instead Europe maintains its dangerous policy of pushbacks and dodgy deals with countries who have appalling track records for human rights abuses like Libya and Tunisia. On a recent fact-finding trip to Lampedusa for the Migration Committee, I heard first-hand testimony from children, boys who've suffered horrendous torture and abuse at the hands of the Libyan authorities. The weaponization of migration, the cruel plans for an EU migration pact that will only lead to detention centres across our borders. We must and can do much better.
Thank you, Paul. On behalf of the Socialist, Paolo Pisco.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. These two reports on missing migrants and on migrant smuggling deal with very complex and sensitive domains, where the violation of human rights are permanent, with much violence and loss of lives. Smuggling migrants is an attractive criminal activity because it has a huge economical return and is not easy to fight, because often happen beyond our borders and have the complicity of corrupt state authorities and security forces. But instead of closing the eyes to the frequent barbaric violations of human rights, just because some countries want above all to prevent migrants to arrive to their borders, is need a more human approach to protect people from violence, exploitation and degrading treatment, as happened in some countries, and bigger political efforts to fight more effectively against migrant smuggling. It's not acceptable as something normal that so many lives of migrants are lost in the journey in land and in sea, especially in the Mediterranean, and then just be abandoned. Countries have the moral duty to do everything they can to give dignity to the people that die in their soil without reach their dream of a better and free life. That is the main subject of the powerful and very human report of our colleague Julian Palke, whom I congratulate. In this sense, people that die in the journey to reach Europe should not be abandoned, and national practices and procedures to investigate, recuperate, and identify their bodies should be effective, including warning their respective families in respect with the international humanitarian law. Human dignity exists also in the way we treat dead people. On the other hand, to the report of Lord Simon Russell, beyond presenting a broad perspective of the legal instruments at national and international level to fight migrant smuggling, touches some relevant points as the need to protect borders, but in full respect for human rights and of the right of people to move. Even if migration flows can be stopped by decree, is of utmost importance to create legal, accessible and safe channels to migrants, paying special attention to women, children and victims of political violence. Therefore, it is also fundamental to establish cooperation in the domain of migrations with countries of origin, transit and arrival, but I would like to underline this, with a clear accountability to prevent the scandalous violations of human rights as happens in Libya or Tunisia, as is frequently denounced. Migrants are not criminals, nor are the humanitarian organizations from civil society that help to save lives in the process of integration. Above all, migrants are victims of several disorders that affect their lives and their communities, as poverty, war and repression. That's why these reports are so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. On behalf of the EPP, Dora Bakoyannis. Ms. Bakoyannis, you have to press the button. Have you inserted your card? Dora, sorry to interrupt. Have you inserted your card?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Can you try once again, please?
Now?
Yes, that's okay.
Sorry, the colleagues. There is a fundamental rule in foreign affairs. Foreign policy should never be dictated by domestic politics. Reducing broader national interests into the opportunism of electoral campaigning and party politics is the quickest path to national tragedies. Migration is a complex international issue of threats and opportunities. As such, it requires close pan-European cooperation and coordination. To labor under the illusion that effective management of migration can be tackled with the dissolution of the European system of collaboration is to cultivate the ground for the rise of radical ideologies in our continent. On the one hand, Europe sorely needs migrant labor. In the EU, we had 5 million fewer working-age adults in 2021 compared to 2011. 5 million fewer people in 10 years. By 2050, Europe may have less than 2 working-age adults for each elderly. There is no national insurance system that can withstand such pressure. On the other hand, it shall be up to us, not the smugglers, to control what kind of migration we need. Illegal migration is a problem that is tackled at the source of the external border. I heard very carefully what everybody says. I live every day the struggle of the Greek Coast Guard trying to save lives in the Aegean, and what it means of every one for them when one child is lost, when one pregnant woman didn't manage to come alive at shore. It is a very difficult situation, dear colleagues. Raising barriers, as we hear today, between Schengen countries and threatening migrant returns to the countries of first entry can be both dangerous and counterproductive. Experts are adamant they do not provide a fix. On the contrary, such move could backfire when voters realize that measures do not work, driving even more people to the hands of extremes. So let me try to be as clear as possible. There is no other way than very close cooperation if we want to tackle the problem. And first of all, we have to be honest to each other. Cooperation and collaboration means that all countries have their share of responsibilities. Greece, Italy, Malta, we are not the only ones who have to deal with the migration problem. We have to be assured that all the countries together can work, and so that we have a clear message to the smugglers that they will not make the decisions, and to the emigrants that there is a legal path to come and work and prosper in Europe. These two policies must go hand to hand. If not, I'm afraid we will be sitting here and just recall what might be possible, but we didn't do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Norbert Kleinberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, let's cut the sweet talk. Migrants going missing or dying in the sea are the cruel side of mass migration. Last year alone, and the promise of a life in luxury, 1.14 million people sought asylum in the EU, most of which are not actual refugees. It always works in the same process. There is a community at home that collects money, they send a man, the man pays a smuggler, the smuggler replaces the man in the boat, the man throws away the passport, breaches one border or several borders illegally, selects a country of destination according to the best access to money, uses the money to fund the community at home and to fund the next trip for the next migrant, and eventually files for family reunification. All this has nothing to do with fleeing directly from a territory where their life or freedom was threatened, which is a definition of a refugee according to Article 31 of the UN Convention relating to the status of refugees. We're talking about migrants. We are not talking about refugees. And it's a system with an extremely high death toll. 37,000 people alone have drowned in the past 10 years in the seas in the hope for a better life, because there are rescue operators, because there are smugglers promising them the world, and those people die. It's a shame. Because what happens if the rescue ship is not there? What happens if, like 3 days ago in front of the Canary Islands, the people are so excited to see the rescue ship that the little boat actually capsizes? People die. And anyone who is part of the migration route, any smuggler, any rescuer, carries the blood of many dead migrants on their hands. And Mr. Palke, you should not be proud of what you did before becoming a politician. You were on those so-called rescue ships, on that so-called humanitarian assistance that is really a part of the smugglers' migration route and a direct help to illegal entry into our border and the cause for the death of hundreds of people drowning in the sea. So what can we do about missing migrants? Certainly the solution cannot be to fly in relatives to identify victims, as is suggested in the report. No, basically, how should we even find out the identification if people have thrown away their passports? Because, surprise, they're not coming from a territory where their life is in danger, so they're simply migrants. So we will never actually be able to identify those missing migrants. And we don't get any further if we protect the smugglers, and if we always underline how much we have to protect the migrants. No, if they're criminals, and anyone who breaches a border illegally, and especially several borders illegally, is a criminal, then we, as a Council of Europe, with the rule of law, cannot protect these people. We now need to make sure that no illegal traveler reaches our shores. We need to stop paying and protecting those that make a joke of our borders, of our sovereignty, and of our need for safety and self-determination. That is the only answer to missing migrants and to migrant smuggling. Thank you.
Thank you, Norbert. Next is Sandra Zamba. Sandra.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Above all, I'd like to express my appreciation of the excellent work done by our colleagues, Julian Palke and Lord Simon Russell, on an issue as dramatic as missing migrants and the need for a shared approach when it comes to tackling the smuggling of migrants. I think we need to step up the efforts already deployed in order to ascertain the fate of those disappeared so that we can put in place an adequately funded action plan which abides by human rights and humanitarian law, starting with the need to identify any corpses wherever they have turned up and give them sort of a proper burial. It is a characteristic of our civilization and has been since ancient times, dating back to Antigone, a heroine of Sophocles' tragedy. Burying the dead is the first ethical obligation incumbent on the living, and it's something that I think we need to recall in Lampedusa. There no room in cemeteries where burials take place, respecting the different faiths of those who've died. I think we need to fight smugglers, but I think we need to abide by the law, and we need to proceed on a case-by-case basis, making a distinction between those who derive benefit or profit from such smuggling and those who have no profit motive but who seek to provide assistance. And there is a wonderful Italian film that has been produced, Rio Capitano, candidate in the Oscars. It talks about a young boy who was forced to captain a ship. There was also the case of the two Iranian women who were held with their son and who were placed under house arrest in Italy, or Zaumaji, who has been in prison for over a year, both women who fled Iran. I believe that the Council of Europe needs to assist those who are calling for their release. We cannot make migrants victims twice over. Our aim is to defend human rights, and that is the raison d'être, it seems to me, of the Council of Europe. And at this point in time, I think we need to be up to the challenge that we have before us. We need to work together so that we can give a future to those who are in search of a future, and so that they can hope to be integrated in our society, so that we can defend them and protect their lives and their dignity.
Sandra. Ioannis Economou next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I will speak in Greek. Συζητάμε δύο εκθέσεις για το μεταναστευτικό, που είναι η μεγαλύτερη πρόκληση που αντιμετωπίζει αυτή τη στιγμή η Ευρώπη. Και αυτό τόσο για την πίεση που ασκεί στην κοινωνία και στην οικονομία, όσο και για τη θεσμική κρίση που προκαλεί εντός της Ευρωπαϊκής.
I would like to refer to the problem of migration, which is an extremely serious issue. And as we know, a certain number of countries are changing tack in terms of their migration policies, and backtracking when it comes to commitments entered into within the Schengen area. Crises, wars in Africa, in Asia, authoritarian or dictatorial regimes. All this has led to an increase in migratory flows, and I think there are also economic reasons, as has been said. People who leave and migrate in search of a better economic future. But I don't think we should allow smugglers and terrorist organizations to gain the upper hand. We should not allow this business model, this lucrative business model when it comes to migrant smuggling, to gain the upper hand. Europe is very much under pressure, unprecedented pressure. And I believe that today's migrants find themselves in dire straits when arriving in Europe. When they sort of set foot in a European country, they find it hard to be integrated compared with past generations of migrants. I think their life is much harder. Europe, too, is living through difficult times. I think our economies in a number of countries are very much under pressure, and Europe's citizens stating that one of the main causes of their difficulties are migrants or its migration. So I think what we need to do is look at the real causes of this phenomenon, and I believe we should find effective ways of averting their arrival in Europe. It's too late when they arrive in Europe along Greek, Italian, Maltese borders. It's too late at that point. We're no longer in a position to manage these migratory flows. What we need to do is cooperate with countries of origin. We need to have a major plan along the lines of a Marshall Plan, possibly, when it comes to cooperating with the countries that are countries of origin of these migrants. And increasingly, we are hearing talk of chosen migration. In other words, the ability of countries to choose skilled workers who would represent a value added within the economy. But I think we are up against an interesting phenomenon. The real talents, those who are qualified, are no longer being attracted into Europe. They're attracted by Canada, by North America. So we're not in a position to attract talent. Greece, my own country, is very much under pressure. We're attempting to stem pushbacks and to save lives, and we'll continue doing that. Thank you very much, President. The recent electoral victory of the FPÖ in Austria, the Conservative parties that are making progress in all European countries, France, Germany, Spain, the Netherlands, Italy, They just have one lowest common denominator, and that is citizens are calling for greater security. The strategy of open doors at all costs of migratory policies are decided by NGOs, a lucrative business model, unpunished human smugglers. All this is, I think, coming to an end. I think the left is even realizing that or waking up to that, but Starmer, visiting in Rome, applauded the Italian choice of setting up a detention centre beyond the national borders in order to process asylum requests. The SPD Chancellor Scholz has suspended Schengen with a view to providing an answer to citizens who are in search of greater citizens. So everybody seems to be waking up, but unfortunately in Italy there are still some who feel that they can sort of operate counter-current or against the prevailing trends. Here in this chamber we talk about human rights, defense of human rights. There's an Italian minister who is under trial for the fact of exercising a mandate entrusted to him by Italian citizens. Matteo Salvini risks a 15-year prison term because over a short period of time, 6 days, he prevented a vessel from disembarking. I think we need greater solidarity in order to share the burden. We have to ensure that migratory flows are managed in a safe and orderly manner whilst respecting the sovereignty of my country. Salvini has done what many before him only promised, that's to say, protect our countries from uncontrolled migratory flows that often lead to human tragedies, as we've heard in this chamber, tragedies at sea and serious social problems. We today, as always, are here to say Matteo Salvini is not alone. And he's on the right side of history. He's on the side of those who have the courage to make difficult choices and for the common weal, even if he risks being arrested and tried. The Italians, as recent opinion polls have shown, are with him. He has tried to defend Italy's borders and in so doing defend Europe's borders. That, I think, is it's important to state that in an international forum where we meet and rub shoulders with foreign colleagues. I think we need to follow the implications of this unjust political trial in Italy, and I think what we need to bring to it objectivity and intellectual honesty, which obviously in Italy is something that not very many people have.
C'est bon, merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank our colleagues, Lord Simon Russell and Julian Palke, for their very enlightening reports on the tragedies experienced by migrants at the hands of smugglers. Forced labour, sexual exploitation and death sometimes await migrants who leave their country lured by the promises of smugglers for a better life. My country is familiar with this type of tragedy. Several migrants have died trying to cross the channel on small boats in order to reach the UK. In the face of this dramatic situation, we need to act in order to fight firmly against the illicit smuggling of migrants without violating the rights of migrants. And that is one of the virtues of Lord Russell's report, to clarify the applicable legal framework as well as some concepts, and also highlighting the gaps in the conventional system of the Council of Europe. We do have a convention on the fight against human trafficking, but not against migrant smuggling. And maybe we need to do something in this field in order to reinforce international cooperation together by or in coherence with the willingness of the heads of state and government expressed in Reykjavik to fight against the trafficking in migrants and the smuggling of migrants through international cooperation whilst upholding the rights of migrant persons. Of course, it is the sovereign right of states to control their borders, but the fight against smuggling of migrants requires reinforced international cooperation and therefore coherent action between the member states of our organization, as was the case in 2021 when the Prosecutors Network of the Council of Europe on migrant smuggling was set up. In view of what is at stake, I think we need to go beyond and ensure the necessary balance between being tough with the smugglers and upholding the rights of migrants on the other hand. Strengthened cooperation between the Council of Europe and the EU is crucial in order to ensure efficiency, to establish common rules, enabling us, for instance, to seize or freeze the assets of smugglers. Within our states, we also need strengthened cooperation between the various public administrations in order to efficiently address this issue of migrant smuggling. Finally, cooperation between the countries of origin, transit, and arrival of migratory flows must be strengthened. This requires cooperation between law enforcement and our justice systems, but also the development of sure and legal migration routes. This will protect migrants from smugglers and make smuggling in migrants less lucrative. I will therefore be voting in favour of the resolution and recommendation that we have before us today. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you.
Vous avez la parole.
President, few of us sitting in this chamber today would disagree that our most precious gifts are our children. They're our future. We love them, we cherish them, we care for them. And yet countless numbers of refugee and migrant children go missing across Europe every year. As Julian Palk points out in his report, his excellent report, all too often the plight of these missing children goes unreported, while their vulnerability and exploitation to abuse by criminals is extremely high. These refugee children not only have the need of our protection, they're entitled to it under the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. And yet, across our continent, the health and well-being of these unaccompanied children is being compromised. Thousands of refugee children are suffering. They're being abused. They're being trafficked. They're self-harming. And, President, there is evidence that some have taken their own lives. To support them, we must challenge those using toxic rhetoric about migration and displaying intolerance and prejudice which violates basic human rights. Political point scoring about refugees, most especially refugee migrant children, should not be allowed to spoil these children's future. In Britain, over the past year or so, some 4,000 unaccompanied migrant children were placed in hotels, which at that time was illegal. 200 plus have gone missing. One was aged 10. And a whistleblower working in one hotel reported seeing youngsters being picked up in the street outside the hotel and taken away in cars to be trafficked and abused. Many of these children arrived on British shores in boats organised by criminal gangs whose only purpose is to get as much money for the task as they possibly can. Those making the journey across the English Channel are seeking a better life, nothing more. And yet many people, not just intolerant, not just extremists, not even those on the far right, but ordinary citizens have been persuaded that the boat people are the problem, when in fact they are the victims. The problem is the criminal traffickers who exploit them. Colleagues, there is a lack of coordination across our continent to do anything about this. My friend Lord Russell, in his welcome report, points out some of the challenges we face in combating the migrant traffickers. I would mention just two. First, the traffickers gain considerable profits from a thriving business. And second, Europe has problems with border management, control and working together. He concludes by stressing the need for greater cooperation and working together. And colleagues, unless we persuade the nations of Europe to work together, the criminal traffickers will continue unhindered, and tens of thousands of migrant children, many of them unaccompanied children, will be abandoned and their hope of a life dashed. We know where the criminal traffickers get the boats from. We know where they get the engines from. We even know where they get the petrol to drive the engines from. And yet, we do nothing. Working together, using our intelligence services, using our capacity for CIDEF to track, trace and disrupt these traffickers, using our police and military forces, we can destroy these traffickers. Colleagues, what are we waiting for?
Merci pour votre intervention. Madame Aissou.
Thank you. Mrs. Bankoglu, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to both rapporteurs for their comprehensive reports on this issue of missing migrants and migrant smuggling. Migrants are often forced by smugglers to travel in overcrowded and perilous conditions. Smugglers frequently guide them through risky routes, leading to tragedies where many migrants either go missing or lose their lives. As a member of parliament from Turkey, a country profoundly impacted by this crisis, I would like to emphasize several key points. Turkey currently hosts approximately 8 million migrants, making it the world's leading refugee hosting nation. This situation presents significant economic, political, and social challenges. Our country occupies a strategic geographic position, serving as a major gateway for migrants attempting to reach Europe. The ongoing conflicts in Syria and Afghanistan have driven countless individuals, including women and children, to undertake dangerous journeys in search of safety and a better future. Despite our robust border security measures and regulatory efforts, these are not sufficient to fully curb the smuggling of migrants. In the light of persisting conflicts and humanitarian crisis, the need for an international legal framework to combat smuggling and protect the rights of its victims has never been more pressing. Yet we should also keep in mind that smuggling is a consequence, not a cause. People migrate because they are forced to flee their countries, driven by conflict, persecution, violence, and economic instability. Therefore, any international strategy to combat smuggling must also address these underlying causes. By focusing on preventive measures such as fostering peace, stability, and development in conflict-affected regions, we can reduce the desperation that compels individuals to place their lives in the hands of smugglers. Moreover, as we tackle the issue of migrant smuggling, we must always uphold the principle that every person, regardless of their migration status, is entitled to fundamental human rights. Anti-migrant and xenophobic rhetoric only fuel populism and racism, which must be rejected, particularly by the decision makers. In conclusion, the challenges of migrant smuggling and human rights reflect both the determination of those seeking a better life and our shared responsibility to protect their dignity and rights. Let us work together to create a world where migration is a choice, not a necessity, and where everyone can live safely and in dignity. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you very much for your statement. Next speaker, Mr. Nikos Tornaritis.
Dear colleagues, as noted during the summit in Reykjavik last year, the smuggling of migrants is a cross-border crime that demands close cooperation both at the regional and international levels. In our efforts to shape a comprehensive migration and asylum policy, it is important to address the root causes of migration and the main reasons that compel people to engage with criminal groups or illegal activities. It is also important to create more legal pathways and safe routes to reduce the number of migrants that set out on dangerous journeys, which often have tragic outcomes. As well mentioned in Lord Russell's report, Cyprus is a good example of the value added of a holistic approach that includes collaboration among all relevant national stakeholders. Because of its geographic location in the Eastern Mediterranean, Cyprus faces a high number of migrants seeking asylum and a path to other European Union countries. This includes hundreds of irregular migrants arriving by sea, facilitated by smuggling organizations. In addition, illegal migrants are channeled by Turkey, which continues to occupy 37% of the islands, from the occupied areas through the buffer zone to the government-controlled areas. As a country that continues to face its own humanitarian issue of missing persons, Cyprus fully understands the importance of learning the fate of missing persons and ending the suffering of their loved ones. Missing migrants, most often lost at the sea, has not be left unaddressed, and urgent collective action must be taken. Last but not least, I would like to thank and congratulate the two rapporteurs for their productive work. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your statement. I call next Mr. Mustafa Kambe.
Dear President, dear colleagues, today we are considering this report on the importance of international cooperation in the fight against migrant smuggling. Turkey has been a gateway for millions of migrants due to its geographical location and currently hosts more than 4 million migrants. These migrants are supported not only with shelter but also with basic services such as education and health, and their integration into social life is ensured. Migrant smuggling is part of organized crime and cannot be solved by the efforts of a single country. Therefore, Turkey is increasing international cooperation to ensure border security and combat migrant smuggling. As a member of SELEC, we cooperate effectively with countries in the region in the fight against cross-border crime. However, an important problem that needs to be addressed in this fight is the missing migrants. Thousands of migrants lose their lives or go missing during their journey of hope. The fate of missing migrants is unknown, and most do not hear from their families and loved ones. We have to develop more effective policies against this problem and establish an international solidarity network. Joint action must be taken across Europe to find and identify missing migrants and reach their families. It is also critical to establish safe and legal migration routes to make the business model of smugglers unprofitable, who endanger the lives of migrants, instead of focusing only on border security. More comprehensive policies that protect the rights of migrants and support humanitarian assistance should be adopted. Thank you.
Merci pour votre...
Thank you very much for your statement. Mr. Joseph O'Reilly next.
I want at the outset to congratulate my good friend and colleague, Lord Simon Russell, rapporteur, and also Mr. Julian Palk, rapporteur also. Can I also acknowledge the remarks of our Human Rights Commissioner, Mr. O'Flaherty, born out of a passionate concern in this area. I'll just set out some of the stark figures at the outset, and it merits doing every time we address this issue. Since 2014, International Organization for Migration has recorded 60,000 people who have died in the process of migration. 1/5 of them travelling through Africa, 1/5 in the Mediterranean Sea. In 2023 alone, 1,851 reputed missing on routes in Africa, 3,129 in the Mediterranean Sea, and children trying to rejoin their families included here. UNICEF record 15,000 children missing. Trafficking, exploitation is a huge feature here, where the children are trafficked off. And I would like to salute two of my compatriots, Annette Kennedy and Anne-Marie Ryan in Ireland, who are doing pioneering work in dealing with the trafficking issue and addressing it. In the first 3 months of 2023, 3,300 children arrived unaccompanied into Europe, 71% of all children. So those stickers remind us of the starkness of the situation. But now let's turn to how we must respond. We must respond with international partnerships, cooperations with the countries of origin, and agreed legal transit routes. I think that is crucial. Of course, we must internationally cooperate to police and to get to arrest the smugglers, who are exploiters in this case. But the cooperation on routes and with the countries of origin is crucial. We must address the root causes of migration within the countries of origin, whether that is civil strife, poverty, various civil liberties issues. But we, insofar as we can, must address that. We must also provide legal pathways. And this neatly brings me to the point that these people are virtually all needed in Europe. We have labour shortages. I was only telling our wonderful Secretary of Delegation today, Ms. Lawler, that in my town village alone, I can name a number of restaurants and bars that cannot open for a full week for absence of labour. These people are needed as workers in Europe, and we must provide legal pathways and openings on that level. The Council of Europe Convention on Action Against Trafficking of Human Beings is in existence since February 24, ratified in 46 countries, and we must action that convention in every way we can. Essentially, in conclusion, I think while policing is crucial to get the exploiters, the real emphasis needs to be on legal pathways, elimination of root causes, and creating employment opportunities and channeling people into employment opportunities that clearly exist across the social services, across hospitality, across intensive industry, right through Europe. The need for the people are there. So I think it's time we holistically address this question.
I do apologise, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. Next speaker, Mrs. Olena Moshenets.
The reporters, for their work, has raised issues are indeed concerning and important. While I am defending the peaceful sleep of Ukrainian children on the front line, my own daughter disappeared without a trace. These are the words of the defender of Ukraine and father of 9-year-old Valeria, who has been seeking refuge from the war in Germany with her mother since 2022. In June, she disappeared on her way to school. The police found the girl's body in a wooded area. This is not an isolated case. In March of this year, German police found the body of an Ukrainian woman who lived in a refugee home. She died as a result of violence. Her newborn daughter is currently being cared for by the local youth welfare office. We are grateful to the law enforcement agencies of the European host countries for their efficiency in the search of missing persons. More than 4 million Ukrainian citizens have temporary protection status in European countries. The majority of them are women and children, vulnerable group to exploitation and human trafficking. Russian troops in their cities and Russian missiles over their heads have forced them to flee their homes. Now they face language barriers and limited access to local labor markets and struggle to find long-term accommodation. This makes them easy targets for criminals. Ukrainians are also vulnerable on their own territory. Russia has deported more than 19,000 Ukrainian children from the temporarily occupied territories, and about 2,000 young Ukrainians Ukrainians are missing. The Russian government is resorting to even more shameful schemes of kidnapping children under the guise of so-called care. It turns out that deportation translates to evacuation or rehabilitation in Russian. The Kremlin's proxies launch this criminal activity on the basis of the Adovanchiki Children's Hospice. Using the excuse of providing assistance to children with serious, including cancer, disease, orphans, and children deprived of parent care, the enemy is created a basis for the future resettlement of young Ukrainians to Russia. We thank the European countries for protecting Ukrainian refugees and support the introduction of provisions to enhance the security of migrants in host countries. We must work together to prevent criminal acts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your statement. I'm afraid I have to interrupt the list of speakers now. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I would like to remind you that the typewritten text cannot be longer than 400 words and must be submitted no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers. Lord Simon Russell, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. You will be delighted to hear, ladies and gentlemen, that I don't really have a great deal more to add. I do have some observations. I think if the efforts over the years of organizations like this in putting together human rights legislation and standards for refugees and migrants was mirrored by the same degree of effort and cooperation and resources by nation states and groups of nation states into prevention, we would not find ourselves in the situation we are in today. And I think it is a challenge for every single politician here in your particular country to try and encourage your governments of whatever political complexion to take this matter seriously. And I would also beseech all of you, particularly having listened to some rather unattractive examples at a meeting earlier today of two politicians from a particular country openly bickering and arguing with one another in front of a committee, which I'm afraid I found wholly unacceptable. My view is that we are here as individual politicians to talk and to focus on human rights. We are not here to discuss and fight and debate the political fights that we have at home. That should be left at home and should not be brought into this forum. That is my own personal view. I've heard people talking about the need for safe routes, for working with the countries of origin. Well, if anybody has any brilliant ideas how to sit down with the Taliban and work out with them how to set up a structure for providing safe routes of exit, I would be very interested to hear about them. I would be interested to hear about the same approach to the government of Iran, to the government of Sudan, what's left of it, to the government of Syria. I'm not sure how realistic and how effective this approach is. Until and unless nation states and group of nation states get real and across the political divide, countries work together, whatever their political views, to take prevention seriously, this problem will continue, and it will continue to escalate. And it will give rise to some of the emotions that we heard. With one or two speakers, I must confess, I was wondering what they had eaten for breakfast, because it clearly had done something quite unfortunate to their temperament. But I do understand the views and the passion that comes from that. But I'm afraid my view is that gets us precisely nowhere. We have to work together. We have to help the EU and other organizations do what they have to do, not get in the way. So that is what my plea to all of you would be.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you very much for your statement. Mr. Palke, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mrs. Chair, please excuse, and thank you everyone who spoke on both reports for your kind words, for your acknowledgement, and for the decency you showed with regards to both topics, to people smuggling and to people that went missing. But during the debate, I was also accused, obviously, for what I've done before I became a member of parliament, which was actually the reason why I ran, and that was that I rescued people in the Mediterranean. I was accused of that I've done something wrong. To be honest, I find that kind of funny, because the party from which this accusation is coming from actually reported me to the police in Germany, and the police closed the case a short time later. And therefore the party actually proved that sea rescue is not a crime and is not being investigated by the police. But I'm also speaking here, and I always find that moving when I'm here, I'm also speaking here as a young German. And I inherited the history of the country I'm living in. And I have no responsibility for the history. But I believe I have a responsibility to protect the consequences that were derived from the years of horror that our country brought over the continent. And one of these consequences is this institution, with the European Convention of Human Rights, with our court. And I believe democracy is only as strong as the protection for minorities. And therefore, I'm extremely grateful and thankful to this assembly that you're supporting the report, both reports, by Mr. Russell and mine, and that we work together to preserve the dignity of those that have died on the journey, and that we work together to identify them and preserve the last bit of dignity that is left of those people. Thank you for your support.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you very much for that statement. The chair of the committee, Mr. Goncharenko, would you like to say anything?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Dear colleagues, I am speaking now on behalf of Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced People. And we will start with the report of Lord Russell addressing the issue of migrant smuggling, because it's one of the priorities of the Council of Europe now and I think for the years to come. Discussions are ongoing to agree on a joint strategy. For the past 10 years, the European Committee on Crime Problems has developed an action plan on migrant smuggling and also helped develop initiatives like the European Network of Prosecutors on Migrant Smuggling. Also, discussions have been engaged with the European Union, especially Eurojust, on this issue. In this discussion, it is not only welcome but also very needed that members of PACE and national parliaments are aware of this cooperation and can share their input. At the end of the day, indeed, it is also parliaments which vote on budgets, allocate resources, and allow for some policy debate to unfold. I therefore commend Lord Russell for his excellent work to articulate concrete recommendations explaining how the Council of Europe can help member states address this issue collectively. The rapporteur has a point. If we want to be efficient in fighting against a criminal act, we need to agree on what this crime is and what is not. Consistency is the key to ensure an effective policy and judicial response to this crime. The same logic has been promoted again eloquently by Julian Palke on the issue of missing migrants, refugees and asylum seekers. Let me stress, dear colleagues, how humbling and powerful the various hearings held in committee have proved to be on this issue over the past 2 years. From international organizations to individuals burying deceased migrants to families seeking information desperately about the missing ones, the urge for policy making and public action is there, and the efforts are many. It is also a matter of moral imperative for this Assembly. We may disagree on many things, including whether migrants should come to our territory or not. But one thing we cannot disagree on is the imperative of treating people with dignity, including the dead. I congratulate Mr. Palke for looking into so many aspects of this tragic reality and of putting forward innovative ideas to help further the efforts already underway across the world to address the issue. Here again, one key recommendation which can help enhance interstate cooperation is to agree on a common definition. Such a definition is the first step towards acknowledging the reality, no matter sad it is. Migrants, refugees and asylum seekers go missing across Europe along migration routes. The Council of Europe, together with others, can and must do something about it. Dear colleagues, I would like to congratulate both rapporteurs for their timely reports based on a thorough preparation through fact-finding work and hearings by our committee. I want to thank our secretariat of our committee for a brilliant work done in support of both rapporteurs, and I ask you, dear colleagues, to support both draft resolutions on behalf of Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced People. Thank you very much.
Merci pour votre...
Thank you for this statement. The general debate is now closed. Let us move on to the consideration of the first report titled A Shared European Approach to Address Migrant Smuggling. Document 16032. The Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons has presented a draft resolution to which 7 amendments have been tabled. A draft recommendation to which no amendments were tabled has also been presented. We will begin by looking at the draft resolution. I was informed by the chair of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons that the 7 amendments were rejected with a majority of 2/3 of votes. Is that the case?
Yes, it is.
Si personne ne s'y oppose,
If no one objects, I will consider the amendments to be rejected. If there is an objection, we will need to verify that the objection has the required support of 10 people. Are there any objections?
est-ce que vous pouvez vous lever?
Could you please stand?
Ici, voilà. La demande du président de la commission.
So the request of the chair of the committee is rejected. Amendments 1 to 7 will be discussed. According to the usual rules, they will be called in the order in which they apply in the text as published in the compendium of amendments. We will now begin with amendment number 2. Mr. Zingris has the floor in support of amendment 2 on behalf of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons.
Monsieur Zingaris,
Mr. Zingaris, you have the floor.
qui soutient l'amendement numéro...
Who is in support of amendment number 2?
Si l'amendement... Excusez-moi, si l'amendement...
If the amendment is not supported, it will not be put to the vote.
Je reprends quelqu'un pour soutenir...
Does anybody else wish to support this amendment?
Nous allons passer à l'amendement...
Let us move on to amendment number 3. Mr. Emmanuel Zingaris has the floor in support of the amendment. Or someone else?
S'il n'y a personne pour soutenir...
If nobody wishes to speak in support of amendment number 3, we'll move on to the next one. Yes?
Madam President, amendment number 3 is by me, Norbert Kleinwichter, and it asks to delete paragraph 4. And that's because the paragraph says that we should extend our actions to situations where international humanitarian law is not applicable. However, the Convention on Human Rights is international law, so we cannot extend our validity past the validity of international humanitarian law in general, so the entire paragraph doesn't make sense. It needs to be deleted, otherwise it's just going to be foolish. Delete paragraph 4, that's the amendment. Thank you.
Merci pour votre...
Thank you for the statement. Would anybody else like to take the floor to speak against the amendment?
Oui, vous avez la parole.
You have the floor.
The amendment obviously doesn't make any sense, because if you look in the text of the law, it is a very short article to which we take a reference. But if we look how the court is interpreting this article, it is actually very broad, and it gives life, and it makes law something living, something that is interpreted over and over again, and the court that belongs to this institution has a very clear view, and I therefore ask you to reject this amendment.
Merci.
Thank you. So the committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. We will now move to the vote on the amendment. The vote is now open.
Le scrutin. Non. Le scrutin est clos.
The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed.
Donc l'amendement 3 n'est pas adopté.
Amendment 3 is rejected.
Nous poursuivons avec la...
Moving on to amendment number 1. I give the floor to Mr. Emanuelis Tsingeris to support the amendment, or anyone else?
Est-ce que personne ne soutient la...
Is there no one who wishes to speak in support of the amendment?
Si personne...
If no one wishes to speak in support of the amendment, we will move on to the next one. Amendment number 7. Yes, Mr. Zingeris has the floor. Or anyone else in support?
Madam President, you just called amendment number 7, is that correct? C'est mon amendement, donc je vais le présenter. So, in the draft resolution, paragraph 10, delete the third and the fourth sentences, and the reason is that the opposite of what's written there is true. According to the Geneva Convention, refugees must flee to the next safe area in order to be recognized. It is only then that their illegal entry into foreign territory may not be punished. This cannot be said for people coming to Europe from mid-Africa. Considering many refugees are already arriving at a border from a safe territory, imprisoning and expulsing them is legal and in conformity with human rights. So this paragraph here, paragraph 10, is simply false.
Merci.
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak against the amendment?
Obviously, this report has been written with the view on the law of the United Nations in mind. And the United Nations are very clear. And they allow people to move through several countries because there are many reasons why people flee. And it's also because they flee of bombs through many countries that are being dropped and they may not be safe in a country in between. So to have a coherent view of law, we must reject this amendment because it just doesn't make any sense.
Merci pour
Thank you for the statement. The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. We shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open.
Le scrutin est clos.
The vote is closed. Amendment number 7 is rejected. Moving on to amendment number 4. Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris, in support, has the floor.
Monsieur Kleinschwister, vous avez la parole.
Madame Présidente, je suis désolé, ce sont mes...
These are my amendments, so I'll be taking the floor.
Asked to delete paragraph 5 because what's in there is simply wrong. It says that the Article 2 of the European Convention on Human Rights states that member states have a duty to prevent violations of the right to life. That's true. and to investigate any cases of unnatural death or unlawful killings. That is false. Just read the article in the European Convention. We cannot put in our reports things that are not true about the Convention. We're based on the Convention. So please, for legal correctness, delete this paragraph. It's of very dire quality.
Merci. Quelqu'un...
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak against the amendment? Yes?
Obviously, the interpretation of the Court of Human Rights is completely different. In this way, there is no gray zone in between. And we have to look into what is stated in the report, that cases of unnatural death have to be investigated. And I think this is in everyone's interest to also protect the people that are still alive, that the cases of unnatural death are investigated to know the cause and also to maybe find the perpetrator if there is some. This is the way every judicial system on the way works, and therefore I ask you to reject this amendment.
Merci.
Thank you.
Vous devez appuyer sur le bouton et mettre...
You need to insert your card.
Mistake has been made. You have been announcing the amendments to the Russell report, and at the same time, Mr. Kleinwächter and Mr. Palke have been answering all the time. So this is a complete mix-up that's been going on here.
Un moment, s'il vous plaît.
One moment, please. Yes, this was a mistake. We've been following the rules, but I think Mr. Kleinwächter was mistaken about which report we were discussing.
Allez-y, vous avez la parole.
You have the floor.
Dear colleagues, I don't understand what we are doing. We have two reports. You announce the amendments from one report using the name Zingeris, who is the first in these all amendments. But now we have a report, another one, where it's announced of the author, real author of this report. So please, exactly, look for what report we are discussing now. And we have answering not on the...
Un moment, s'il vous plaît.
One moment, please.
Please. And find the real report.
Excusez-moi, mais nous avons commencé...
We began this sitting stating we would look at the first report, the Russell report, titled A Shared European Approach to Address Migrant Smuggling. This is document 16032. I announced this before we began discussing the amendments.
Zingeris, et après vous donnez la parole à Monsieur Klein.
First, Mr. Zingeris. Yes, I was giving the floor.
From the beginning. On recommence.
Let us start again.
Excusez-nous, on va recommencer.
My apologies. We will start again and we will try to take things step by step. So, we are looking at the first report, titled Shared European Approach to Address Migrant Smuggling, document 16032. On this first report, the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons has presented a draft resolution with 7 amendments, a draft recommendation on which no amendment has been presented, the 7 amendments have been rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority. Is that the case? Yes? And if nobody objects, we shall consider these amendments to be definitely rejected unless there's an objection. Yes? Yes, you stood up. There were more than 10 people. Right, so let's begin by looking at amendment number 2. Tabled by Mr. Zingeris or Mr. Sobolyev. Is Mr. Zingeris here? Mr. Sobolyev, you have the floor. Thank you.
It's not the amendment replaced by me. It's an act that no 10 people in this atmosphere who are standing up against the decision of committee to reject by 2/3. So if nobody, you can move forward and not announcing these amendments. If I'm not correct, please check this.
Oui, il faut passer à...
Yes, we need to examine the amendments one after the other because there was an objection, so we need to vote on them individually. If anybody wants to speak in support of the amendment, we must take the amendments one by one.
Du confus, mais en fait, l'opposition...
I'm confused, but the opposition was about the other report. And since it wasn't announced, we weren't protesting the amendments on the Russell report. So there's no problem on the Russell report because the committee already rejected the amendments by 2/3.
Bon, d'accord, merci, excusez-nous. Et...
Yes, all right. In that case, let us move on to the vote on the draft resolution. Document 16032. A shared European approach to address migrant smuggling. The vote is open.
Le scrutin est clos.
The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 16032 is adopted.
Nous allons maintenant...
We will now look at the draft recommendation.
That in the confusion we thought we were actually voting on one of the amendments, not the resolution. So I just wish to record that this is not, our vote was not the correct way. We want to support this motion. We want to support the resolution. I'd ask for...
Bon, on va refaire...
Right, since there was some confusion, we will be voting again, and we're voting on the draft resolution, document 16032, a shared European approach to address migrant smuggling. My apologies. The vote is open.
Le scrutin est clos.
The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed.
Le projet de résolution.
The draft resolution in document 16032 is adopted.
Nous allons maintenant
We will now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 16032. I remind you that a two-thirds majority is required. The vote is open.
le scrutin.
The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. This is on draft recommendation in document 16032. Draft recommendation is adopted.
Bon, nous continuons.
Moving on, we now come to consideration of the second report titled Missing Migrants, Refugees and Asylum Seekers. A call to clarify their fate, document 16037. The Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons has presented a draft resolution to which 7 amendments have been tabled, as well as a draft recommendation to which no amendments were tabled. Let us begin with the draft resolution. I was informed by the chair of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons that the 7 amendments were rejected by the committee with a majority of 2/3 of votes. Is that the case?
Si personne ne
If nobody objects, I will consider these amendments as definitely rejected. If there are any objections, we will need the support of 10 people. Are there any objections?
D'accord. La demande du président de la commission est
So the request of the chair of the committee is rejected. Amendments 1 to 7 will be discussed according to the usual rules, and they will be taken in the order in which they apply to the text, as published in the compendium.
Amendement numéro 3.
Amendment number 3. Mr. Kleinwächter has the floor. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame le Président.
Thank you.
The request is to delete paragraph 4, namely that says that the obligation in law to treat the deceased with dignity should extend to situations where international humanitarian law is not applicable. And in fact, the Convention on Human Rights is international law. We cannot extend our validity past the validity of international humanitarian law, so this entire paragraph doesn't make any sense. It's legally completely false and needs to be deleted.
Quelqu'un demande-t-il la parole?
Would anybody like to speak against the amendment?
Oui, vous devez.
Yes, you need to speak against. If you wish, you have the floor.
Vous pouvez parler.
You may take the floor.
So, on Amendment 3, obviously the law is something very lively, something that can be changed. And I'm basically opening a way for a discussion that is supported by many lawyers, by many experts on the field. And because it is an achievement of civilization, that the human dignity defines who we are as humans. And we believe that this dignity should be extended beyond life, and that it's also applicable when someone is dead, and that we still preserve certain values. And therefore, I ask you to strongly reject this amendment. Thank you.
Merci pour votre.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority, and we shall now move to the vote on this amendment. The vote is open.
Le scrutin est clos.
The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment number 3 is rejected.
Nous allons passer maintenant à l'amendement.
Moving on to amendment number 4. I give the floor to Mr. Kleinwächter. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame le Président. The request is to delete paragraph 5. It says that Article 2 of the European Convention on Human Rights regulates that member states have a duty to prevent violations of the right to life. That's correct. And to investigate any cases of unnatural death or unlawful killings. And that is false. You all just have to read Article 2 of the European Convention on Human Rights and you will find out that what's in this article is simply wrong and therefore should be deleted because we are the body that actually is based on the European Convention on Human Rights and we shouldn't put false things in our reports. This is very poorly done and we should delete it. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak against the amendment?
Si vous voulez parler
If you wish to speak against the amendment, yes? Mr. Palke.
Well, on Amendment 4, some people in this assembly live in their own reality, and I believe we cannot help them. The European Court of Human Rights is very explicit on this case and on the interpretation of Article 2. And it says that each member state has to investigate cases of unnatural death. And I think this is in all our interest because it makes perfectly sense. Because the prosecutor obviously wants to protect the living. And this is a pretty normal procedure in for every prosecutor in our member states and for our judicial system. So please reject this amendment.
Merci.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment with a majority of 2/3. We shall now move to the vote. The vote is open.
Le scrutin est clos.
The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment number 4 is rejected. Let us move on to amendment. Yes?
Just wondering, I might be mistaken, but is Mr. Palke here speaking as a rapporteur or the defendant of the amendments or speaking against the amendments? Because that's not very clear to me.
Il peut s'exprimer contre un amendement en tant que rapporteur.
En tant que rapporteur, il peut...
As a rapporteur, he can speak against the amendment.
Nous allons passer donc...
So let us move on to amendment number 5. Mr. Kleinwächter has the floor.
Madame le Président, merci beaucoup. This amendment asks to delete paragraph 8, which says that we should create legal migration routes, including for family reunion and reunification. That should be a priority, just as the provision of humanitarian assistance along migration routes. So this paragraph actually calls for state-led rescue ships, like being part of the smuggling business. And we don't want to be part of the smuggling business. We don't want people to die anymore. So we cannot be part of the smuggling business. We should take this out. It's inhumanitarian.
Merci.
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak against the amendment?
Well, I'm actually in the report calling for legal, safe and predictable routes, as it is stated, for example, in the Global Compact on Migration, which is a UN instrument, and therefore it perfectly makes sense. And I believe that family reunification is something that should be dear to us all. I'm under the impression that the family as a value and as a construct is also something very valuable to conservative and members of the far right. And therefore, please reject this amendment.
Merci.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment with a majority of 2/3. We shall now move to the vote on this amendment. The vote is open.
Le scrutin est clos. Je demande de l'afficher.
The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment number 5 is rejected.
Nous allons passer maintenant.
Let us now move on to amendment number 6. Mr. Kleinwächter has the floor.
Oui, Madame le Président, I'm happy to give back the compliment to Mr. Palka. He is an activist smuggler, and therefore the paragraph also says that pushbacks are illegal practices which may also lead to disappearance and must stop immediately. But, sorry, actually refugees are defined by entering the next...
S'il vous plaît, monsieur.
Please. I think we need to respect someone when they have the floor. Everyone has the right to take the floor, but please let the other people speak and don't interrupt them, and please show respect. Otherwise we can't continue like this and work on this amendment. So please, can I ask you to speak with respect for others and not to interrupt speakers either?
Thanks, Madam President. So the paragraph here says that pushbacks are illegal practices which may also lead to disappearance and must stop immediately. But this is counter to the actual factual basis. According to the Geneva Convention, refugees must flee to the next safe area in order to be recognized, in order to be defined as refugees. And of course, people who are no refugees but migrants can be pushed back, they can be expulsed, they can be incarcerated. This is legal, according to humanitarian law, according to the Geneva Convention, according to the Convention on Human Rights. Your paragraph says the opposite, and therefore it needs to be deleted. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Would anyone like to speak against the amendment? Mr. Friede, please. You have the floor. Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. Well, look, I think there's a huge amount of confusion here. If we don't want these people to be pushed back or be in danger, then there need to be safe paths, and that's what we're suggesting. And if you look at pushbacks or refoulement and how it's occurred, well, you have to accept people who are migrants. You have to assess the situation, but not send them back in the sea with all the risks that this concerns. And it's the law of the sea that requires us to do what we must do. So if there are safer travel routes, then there wouldn't be any problems. We could deal with these people correctly. Thank you very much indeed. The committee rejected this amendment by a majority of 2/3. We're now going to put this to the vote. The vote is open. Yes, I'm sorry. Did you want to take the floor? Did you want to say something? No, someone's already spoken against the amendment. Only one person must speak against the amendment. Someone's already spoken against the amendment. We can't have a second person. The vote is now open. We're now going to vote on it.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur Goncharenko.
Mr. Goncharenko, I'm sorry. The position has already been defended by Mr. Frides. You can give the committee's position.
Thank you very much. Dear Chair, the problem is that, as I know, our procedure is next. We have one person speaking for one person speaking against in any way, and then we need to listen to the position of the rapporteur. Mr. Palke is rapporteur, so he can say what he is in favor or against without long speeches. He is in favor or against. Also, you are saying for others what is the position of committee. That's all. That's how I see, and we can finish it. It's not many amendments here. Thank you.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur Goncharenko, mais...
I'm sorry, Mr. Goncharenko, but look, we've been dealing with the amendment. Someone spoke in favour of it, someone spoke against it. We can't do as you suggested, otherwise we'd have to give the floor back to someone else to speak again. It's one person for, one person against. That's the way we do things. Thank you.
La Commission donc a rejeté.
So the committee rejected this amendment by a majority of 2/3. We're now going to put this amendment to the vote. The vote is open. It's amendment number 6. The vote is closed. Please display the results. Amendment number 6 has not been adopted. We're now going to move to amendment number 2. Let me give the floor to Mr. Tsingaris, or someone else to move it. Who wishes to move this amendment? Yes, please.
It deletes part of my deletion request. I'm just taking over this amendment. Of course, the sentence is completely wrong. Pushbacks are illegal practices, etc. That's what I explained before. So it's fine to delete just that one sentence, and Amendment 2 should be adopted, of course.
Would anyone like to speak against the amendment? Yes, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pushbacks obviously lead to people disappearing. Look at what's happening in Libya when people are being returned to the country and end up in what German diplomats have described as KZ-like, and that is only me quoting this report. And it is also stated in the report 2022/62 from October 12, 2 years ago, exactly 2 years ago. And I'm a bit confused because Mrs. Biluzia, who is also in support of this amendment, voted on this resolution and this report, and therefore I think we should reject it anonymously.
Oui?
Yes, please.
To Rule 30. Is it here now? Madam President, I would like to support what Mr. Goncharenko said before and refer you to Rule 34.9, which says it very clearly, one person in favour, one person potentially against, and then the committee's opinion may be expressed either by the chair of the committee or the rapporteur, and the guidelines say very clearly, the committee's position shall only be given by in favour or against. One word. This is what Mr. Polke can say in this debate because he's the rapporteur. The rules say very clearly.
Excusez-moi, mais vous...
I'm sorry, but the person who can speak against the amendment can be the rapporteur. I think that someone is taking the floor to move the amendment, someone to speak against the amendment, and so we have views on both sides. I think it's a right way of proceeding. The committee has already taken a position on this. So, as I said, one person takes the floor to move the amendment, one to speak against.
It's normal, that's true, but if one is the rapporteur, the role is different in this assembly, and it should be limited to this role. Simply speaking, we are referring to the specific rule 34.9.
Mais excusez-moi, mais le rapporteur...
Yes, I'm sorry, but the rapporteur has already taken a position on this. We're going to continue then. The committee rejected this amendment by a majority of 2/3. We're now going to put this to the vote. The vote is open. Amendment number 2.
Le scrutin est clos.
The vote is closed. Please display the results. Amendment number 2 is not carried. Let's now move on to amendment number 7. Let me give the floor to Mr. Norbert Kleinwächter.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This amendment asks to delete the third and fourth sentence of paragraph 10, which basically says immigration detention should only be a measure of last resort and for the shortest period possible, pending the enactment of a return procedure, etc., etc. And it misquotes Article 31 of the Convention related to the status of refugees. The opposite is simply true. According to the Geneva Conventions, refugees must flee to the next safe area in order to be recognized. It is only then that their illegal entry into foreign territory may not be punished. So what you're claiming here is simply wrong, and this needs to be deleted.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Would someone like to speak against the amendment?
Obviously, it's not about the right or wrong interpretation of law. It's about that some members of this assembly want to keep people in detention indefinitely. This is what we call for if we will take this amendment, and therefore I ask you to reject it.
Merci. La Commission.
Thank you very much indeed. The committee rejected this amendment by a 2/3 majority. Let's now put this amendment to the vote. The vote is open.
Le scrutin est clos.
The vote is closed. Please display the results. Amendment number 7 is not carried. Let's now move on to amendment number 1. And let me give the floor to Mr. Emmanuelis Tsingidis. Or someone else. Mr. Sobolev? Would someone like to move this amendment? It's amendment number 1. If no one wishes to move the amendment, it's not going to be dealt with. Okay, that being the case, we're now going to move to a vote on the draft resolution set out in document 16037. A simple majority is required for this. The vote is open.
Le scrutin est...
The vote is closed. Please display the results. The draft resolution set out in document 16037 has been adopted. We're now going to move to a vote on the draft recommendation set out in document 16037. May I remind you that a 2/3 majority is required for this to be approved. The vote is now open.
Le scrutin est clos.
The vote is closed. Please display the results. The draft recommendation set out in document 16037 is adopted.
I have the floor.
Dear colleagues, the next item of business this afternoon is a current affairs debate on the deteriorating situation of human rights, rule of law and democracy in Azerbaijan.
Il a besoin d'aide.
Order. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes for all members, except the first speaker chosen by the Bureau, who is allowed 7 minutes. The debate will end at around 6:30 p.m. In the debate, I call first Ms. Liz Christoffersen. Liz, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. Just before I give you the floor, Mr. Fassino, for a personal statement. Piero, we listen to you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Non seulement.
Thank you very much indeed, President. I wanted, first of all, to apologise and to state that at the last vote on the resolution that was approved, I made a mistake. I was in favour and not against the resolution. Thank you.
Have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President and dear colleagues. On 24th of January, our Assembly resolved not to ratify the credentials of the Azerbaijani delegation. The Assembly was, among other things, worried about the lack of cooperation in monitoring procedure and lack of invitation to observe the early presidential election of February the 7th. It also cited the human rights situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. Unfortunately, as we approach the COP29, recent developments point in the wrong direction. The Azerbaijani authorities decided not to invite the Assembly to observe the early parliamentary election of September the 1st. On 26th of August, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs declared persona non grata the 76 members of our Assembly who had voted in favour of the non-ratification of the Azerbaijani delegation. The ban will only be lifted if their delegation's participation in the Assembly is restored. Moreover, the way in which the parliamentary election of the September 1st was conducted raises again concerns about respect for democratic standards. The election code does not meet international standards, including the recommendations of the ODIHR, the Venice Commission, and the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. As stressed by the ODIHR, the election took place in a restrictive political and legal environment, which resulted in a contest devoid of competition. During the election day, independent media reported widespread instances of violence against independent candidates, carousel voting in favour of pro-government candidates, ballot stuffing, unregistered voters, and serious irregularities in the vote count. The ruling New Azerbaijani Party won 68 of 125 seats in the Mili Majlis, the rest of seats being occupied by so-called independent candidates. The leading opposition, Azerbaijan Popular Front Party, did not take part in the election for the 7th straight time. The turnout was just 37.3%, the lowest figure in all elections. Moreover, the election of September the 1st took place against the background of continued repression of dissenting voices, characterized by increased restrictions on freedom of expression, assembly, and association, with continuing crackdown on political activists, critics, civil society, and media representatives. A few months before the election, the authorities arrested dozens of journalists, such as those from Toplum TV, Absas Media, and Channel 13, who had professional experience in covering elections. Turan, one of the few independent media left, is exposed to continuous pressure. The authorities also arrested civil society activists with experience in monitoring elections. As our president pointed out yesterday, the Václav Havel Prize winner, Anar Mammadli, is back in prison, as well as Akil Gurbanov, one of the candidates shortlisted for this year's prize. Further arrests occurred this summer. At the end of July, during the candidate nomination and registration phase, government critic and former diplomat Emin Ibrahimov was arrested on charges of hooliganism. According to some reports, he was subjected to electric torture. Moreover, a Talish researcher, Iqbal Abilov, who resides in Belarus, was placed in detention on remand on charges of treason and ethnic hatred. On August the 21st, political analyst and doctoral candidate at the Charles University in Prague, Badur Samadov, was apprehended by the State Security Service on charges of treason while attempting to leave the country. In August, new serious charges were brought against 6 journalists and economist Farid Meralizadeh in connection with the Absas Media case. These new charges have increased the potential maximum sentence to 12 years of imprisonment. The overall human rights situation in Azerbaijan remains dire. Local human rights groups have reported that at least 303 individuals were imprisoned on political grounds. In addition, we face the unsolved situation around the Armenian prisoners of war and civilian captives who are still detained in Azerbaijan, as mentioned in our resolution 2483 of 2023, in addition to the fear of ethnic and cultural cleansing after Azerbaijan took control over Nagorno-Karabakh. It should also be noted that since the end of January 2024, the authorities refused to hold high-level talks in Baku with the CPT, the Council of Europe's Committee for the Prevention of Torture and Inhumane or Degrading Treatment or Punishments. Last June, they also refused to accept its ad hoc visit. Moreover, none of the CPT's key long-standing recommendations regarding allegations of torture and ill treatment have been implemented. On July the 3rd, the CPT made an unprecedented statement about the persistent lack of cooperation by the Azerbaijani authorities and decided to publish its report of the 2022 ad hoc visit to the country. To conclude, all these developments are very deplorable. The level of suppression seems unprecedented and complicate even more cooperation with the Assembly and the Council of Europe. We should strongly condemn lack of cooperation with the Assembly and the CPT, but we should also hope that these negative developments will not lead to a permanent rupture in relations with the Azerbaijani authorities. We should stand ready for a dialogue and support the authorities in taking steps to uphold the fundamental values to which they subscribe when they join the Council of Europe. However, if there is no improvement as regards our mutual cooperation and the overall situation in the country, we should remain vigilant and defend our values. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of United European Left, Paul Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the United European Left, I wish to state our huge concern at the continuing path of the authoritarian Azerbaijan regime towards ever greater levels of oppression towards its own citizens, as well as its appalling treatment of the former citizens of Nagorno-Karabakh and its bellicose and threatening behaviour towards its neighbouring country, Armenia. This year, both so-called presidential and parliamentary elections were held in a manner that would even make the leadership of North Korea blush. President Aliyev has won 5 consecutive elections, apparently, since succeeding his father, Heydar Aliyev, in 2003. A 2009 referendum abolished the term limit for the presidency, and the post of vice president was created in 2016, and surprise, surprise, was immediately granted to the president's wife. To be clear, we are talking about a cruel dictatorship run as a family mafia dynasty, responsible for ethnic cleansing of Nagorno-Karabakh and oppression of its own citizens. Aliyev and his henchmen make television sopranos look like social workers by comparison. The state of human rights and democracy in Azerbaijan has deteriorated even further in recent years, with the detention of human rights activists, opposition figures, and independent journalists on politically motivated charges, and of course the ethnic cleansing of over 100,000 citizens of Nagorno-Karabakh. Arbitrary arrests, indefinite detentions, severe beatings, torture, and forced disappearances have all become systemic means of oppressing people in the most appalling manner. This year, the number of political prisoners has been tripled as the regime works to ensure that all opposition voices are silenced in the run-up to COP29 in November. It's a sad reflection that world powers continue to gift COP to some of the worst regimes on the planet, money once again trumping human rights. In light of all of these actions, it's clear that the Assembly was correct to refuse to ratify the credentials of the Azerbaijan delegation earlier this year. Our values are supposed to be rooted in democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. The Azerbaijan regime believes alternatively in plutocracy, torture, and the rule of terror. I believe it is time to initiate a complementary joint procedure between the Committee of Ministers and the Parliamentary Assembly in relation to the many serious violations by Azerbaijan of its statutory obligations to this organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Azadeh from Socialists.
Mr. President, over the past years, we have witnessed the government of Azerbaijan systematically erode the basics of freedom, human rights, and rule of law in Azerbaijan. A very concerning situation that is rapidly getting worse. Let us start with the state of elections in Azerbaijan. They are neither free nor fair. Opposition parties face constant harassment, and many independent candidates are disqualified or imprisoned under false charges. In democracy, elections are meant to reflect the will of the people. Yet in Azerbaijan, elections have become a tool for the regime to maintain its grip on power. Freedom of expression, one of the most fundamental rights in any society, is almost non-existent. Journalists are silenced. Media outlets are forced to close, and those who dare to speak out are arrested. Furthermore, the justice system in Azerbaijan is deeply flawed. It operates under the direct control of the government, leaving little room for fairness or independence. Political prisoners, several of them have been named here today, are routinely denied a fair trial, and reports of torture and inhuman treatment in prisons. This assembly has repeatedly called on Azerbaijan to release political prisoners, yet the government continues to turn a deaf ear to these demands. And the situation has become even more concerning when we look at Azerbaijan's recent behavior on the international stage, including towards this assembly and CPT. The government has blocked attempts by this assembly to send observers, refusing to allow rapporteurs and election monitors to access the country. And now, the decision to impose entry bans on 76 members of this assembly. This is a clear violation of Azerbaijan's obligations as a member of this organization. Such actions make the current position of Azerbaijan in the Council of Europe even more difficult. Azerbaijan needs to understand that changes need to be seen so that the country can get back its credentials to this assembly. As of today, it is difficult to see when that could happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Azadeh. Niklaus Amel Guger from EPP.
President, ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking on behalf of the EPP group, and we firmly believe that Azerbaijan must urgently decide how it wishes to behave as a member of the Council of Europe. Let me start with a personal example, which has already been discussed in quite some detail at the Committee of Ministers. I was put, as a result of my voting relating to the credential of the Azerbaijani delegation in January 2024, so I was put as a result of my vote on a blacklist with 75 other members of the Parliamentary Assembly. However, I was the only one to be made an example of. When I, as a member of the OSCE Election Observation Delegation for the presidential elections on the 3rd of February this year, attempted to enter Baku, I was rudely turned away and my diplomatic passport was confiscated. And this was done even though I was officially accredited as a Swiss OSCE election observer. When I protested in Baku, the security officer showed me a list with names of people who are not welcome in Azerbaijan. Switzerland reacted immediately and formally demanded a response from Azerbaijan, and also put questions regarding a potential blacklist that existed. Subsequently, Azerbaijan repeatedly denied the existence of such a list and justified my expulsion as a result of my commitments to the humanitarian reopening of the Lachin corridor. Now, as a reminder, currently there are 6 interstate cases involving Armenia and Azerbaijan, Nagorno-Karabakh, which are currently pending before the European Court of Human Rights. These cases allege widespread violations of the European Convention on Human Rights. Then in August, and this is truly an escalation, the Azerbaijani Foreign Ministry officially admitted after 6 months that a blacklist does indeed exist, and that the members of PACE who voted against the credentials of the delegation in January 2024 have become persona non grata in Azerbaijan. To clarify, I voted the way I did not because I'm an enemy of Azerbaijan, but because I am committed to implementing the values of the Council of Europe. These values have been in a poor position in Azerbaijan for quite some time, as stated, for example, by the CPT Committee in June 2024 in a public statement released on the conditions in Azerbaijani prisons. In a world that is constantly changing, the importance of human rights remains more crucial than ever. The Council of Europe, which has played a central role in Europe ever since it was founded in 1949, has placed human rights, democracy, and the rule of law at the heart of its mission, and we in the EPP party will clearly uphold and defend them. Therefore, we demand, first of all, the immediate lifting of the blacklist and the associated ban on entry for the 76 PACE members. Secondly, an end to discrimination, political persecution, and restrictions on press freedom. This would be a real proof that the Azerbaijani government is taking a positive assessment of the situation, is doing what it can to deal with the matter. Thank you.
Sir Christopher Chop on behalf of the European Conservatives.
Mr. President, I agree with the last speaker about the importance of implementing the values.
There's a problem with the microphone, Sir Christopher. Can you please press the button?
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. President, I share the views of the previous speaker in saying it's important that we should support the implementation of the values of the Council of Europe. And I think it's a pity, therefore, that we are not able to have a dialogue with parliamentarians from Azerbaijan during this debate and more widely within this Assembly. And whilst I share the concerns, many of the concerns expressed by Lisa Christopherson in her opening remarks, I don't think that we should be singling out Azerbaijan and its members for unfair discrimination. I think we should bring them in under our big tent in the same way as we continue to have Turkey under our big tent, despite the fact that Turkey is guilty, much more guilty in my view, and according to the Committee of Ministers, of egregious refusal to comply with court rulings of the European Court of Human Rights, and particularly in the Kavala case, refusing to comply with the Article 46(4) requirements of the Committee of Ministers. Why is it that some members of this Assembly think that we should treat the case of Turkey less seriously than the case of Azerbaijan? We surely should not be involved in supporting double standards. And let us also remember that we're out of step with the international community. The international community supported Azerbaijan's presidency of COP29. 120 members of the non-aligned states of the United Nations have supported Azerbaijan as being the president of that organization for some 4 years. We know that our own Secretary General and indeed the Commissioner for Human Rights visited Azerbaijan less than 12 months ago, again pursuing dialogue rather than confrontation. And I plead with my colleagues to say, why don't we try and welcome the Azeri delegation, both government and opposition members, back within this assembly so that we can perpetuate dialogue, because it's only with dialogue that we're going to improve the situation for the residents in Azerbaijan, and it's only through dialogue that we're going to be able to promote effectively the values of this organization.
Claude Kerr on behalf of ALDE.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, dear President, dear colleagues. Well, 9 months after taking the decision to suspend the right to the Azerbaijani delegation in our Assembly, we're meeting here again to debate the deteriorating situation of human rights, the rule of law and democracy in Azerbaijan. In January, when I was representing at the time the chair of the Monitoring Committee, I pointed out in the Chamber that the Monitoring Committee had examined the situation in Azerbaijan on several occasions over the previous months, in particular during the most recent visits carried out by the co-rapporteurs. My colleague Morgan Jensen had drawn up an uncompromising report on the serious violations of the principles of democracy, the rule of law, respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms that had occurred. The Monitoring Committee regretted the lack of cooperation from the Azerbaijani delegation in the monitoring process and was particularly disappointed by the fact that the co-rapporteurs for Azerbaijan did not have access to people allegedly detained for political reasons. In January, when we refused to ratify the credentials of the Azerbaijani delegation, we left the door open, indicating that this decision could be reviewed if we ever saw a significant improvement in the areas mentioned by our rapporteur. Unfortunately, the situation in Azerbaijan has not improved. It, in fact, has deteriorated. And I deplore the decision taken by the Azerbaijani Ministry of Foreign Affairs to declare 76 members of our Assembly persona non grata because they voted against the ratification of the Azerbaijani delegation's credentials, and I'm one of the 76 members. Our President Rousopoulos expressed himself very clearly and very firmly in August on this matter. I'd like to thank him for this. I'd like to quote him because I fully share with everything he said. And he said, "This is a more than regrettable signal that only makes Azerbaijan's current position within the Council of Europe more difficult. The member states have undertaken to respect the standards of democracy. Blacklisting those who have voted according to their conscience can only backfire. The last presidential election campaign was a sham of democracy, carried out against a backdrop of increasing crackdowns on independent media and potential opponents. These crackdowns also took place during the campaign for the recent parliamentary elections, which have just taken place. The OSCE election observation missions were highly critical in both cases. In early September, Amnesty International stressed that the alarming new arrests and detentions of people critical of the government must not be ignored. The international community must condemn them in the strongest possible terms. In the past 2 weeks during the election campaign, 2 prominent figures have been arrested on trumped-up charges, and others have been threatened and harassed. Nor have I forgotten Azerbaijan's constant obstruction of the negotiation process underway with Armenia to achieve a just and lasting peace in the South Caucasus, although hostile actions Azerbaijan is taking against France, particularly in New Caledonia. What is Azerbaijan really hoping to achieve? Does it still adhere to the values of the Council of Europe? This is the fundamental question we must ask ourselves in all clarity, in the hope that this debate will lead Azerbaijan back to the path of democracy, the rule of law and respect for human rights. Thank you very much.
Aurora Floridia is next.
Sorry for my delay. Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. I stand before you today to address an issue that strikes at the very foundations of this institution, a pillar of democratic values and human rights. Following a vote in January 2024 within this Assembly, in which the majority of us opposed the ratification of credentials for Azerbaijan's delegation, the Azerbaijani government in September declared 76 of our members persone non grate, thereby banning their entry into the country. The timing of this decision appears deliberately chosen, as Azerbaijan is set to host the United Nations Climate Change Conference in November. The Azerbaijani government has made it clear that unless their delegation's mandate within the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe is restored, the parliamentarians who opposed them will be barred from attending the climate summit. This ultimatum, which mixes diplomatic retaliation with global climate negotiations, sets a dangerous precedent. It undermines not only our democratic values, but also the integrity of international cooperation on critical issues like climate change. Equally troubling is the double standard being applied. While those of us who advocate for climate change solutions and human rights are blacklisted, Azerbaijan has placed no such restrictions on the participation of fossil fuel lobbyists at COP29. In fact, their influence is growing despite the urgent need to phase out fossil fuels and transition to sustainable energy. This discrepancy undermines the credibility of COP29 and threatens to derail meaningful climate action. I recall that just a few months ago, our Assembly discussed the importance of mainstreaming the human right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, emphasizing the need to strengthen the legal framework protecting this right. It is essential to ensure a sustainable present and future for generations to come. On the contrary, the stakeholders who should face scrutiny are given an open platform in Azerbaijan, while elected representatives committed to defending democratic principles and human rights are being silenced and banned. This raises serious questions about the future of climate governance. How can we ensure a fair and just transition if critical voices challenging a country like Azerbaijan, where human rights, the rule of law, and democracy appear to deteriorating and silenced, while those representing powerful fossil fuel interests remain unchallenged? As we approach COP29, we must demand not only action on climate change, but also the protection of human rights within the host country. Climate justice is inseparable from the defense of democratic principles and is closely linked to the pursuit of social justice.
Thank you.
Therefore, dialogue and diplomatic efforts with Azerbaijan must be strengthened to establish robust human rights safeguards for all those affected by the long-standing conflict. Please remember that it's time to address the climate crisis effectively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Biljana Plantic-Pilcher.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the discussion on this topic without colleagues from Azerbaijan does not make much sense. In principle, we oppose exclusion of any member state from the work of PACE or any other organization. On the other hand, accession of some entities or territories to the PACE is even worse, but I will stick to the topic. I believe that PACE should serve as a platform for dialogue on an equal and inclusive basis and should prioritize the promotion of this idea. Unfortunately, this discussion will not contribute to such a dialogue. Let's be honest, without the participation of the Azerbaijani delegation, such an initiative can hardly meet its stated objectives. Instead of fostering a constructive dialogue, it risks intensifying tensions and undermining reached results. I would like to point out that the decision not to ratify the credential of the Azerbaijani delegation to PACE in January was needless and counterproductive. Insisting on this solution can only lead to mutual accusation and further alienation. This decision undermines and kindles the role of PACE as a platform for meaningful dialogue. Return to dialogue and restoring Azerbaijani delegations' participation in PACE is necessary, especially having in mind the current situation in Europe and world. We need a constructive and mutual respectful dialogue instead of exclusion and monologue. With its recent history, Serbia is the best example showing how important and essential the dialogue is. And we have learned this lesson from you. Please do not step out from this. Thank you.
Armen Gevorgyan is next.
Mr. President, I believe that our organization is unique in terms of positioning itself as a bastion of democracy, human rights, and rule of law, on one hand, and continuously make compromises with members who are consistently ignoring these fundamental values. I would like to bring the attention of my colleagues from United Kingdom and Serbia to the fact that the case of Azerbaijan in Council of Europe is a vivid example of a member that not only failed to become more democratic and open since membership, but even succeeded in turning into a more authoritarian regime and, in fact, a family monarchy. The strategic restraint of the democratic world towards Azerbaijan and pseudo-democratic efforts of establishing proactive relations allowed Azerbaijan to turn our region in a zone of instability, conflict, and big human tragedies. The leadership in Baku is belling other states, including those in our region, to build relations by manipulating its hydrocarbon reserves, taking force and ethno-religious closeness with Turkey. None of this has anything to do with anything this organization stands for. Colleagues, a few months ago, Baku hosted a so-called Congress of Independence movements from French colonized territories. Now let's be clear finally. Isn't this a direct challenge to the democratic security in Europe? Azerbaijan is not only now a provider of natural gas, but also encouraging separatism and armed resistance. The Azerbaijani regime is hosting the COP29 UN Climate Change Conference in Baku to only legitimize the two recent non-democratic elections, as well as the horrific ethnic cleansing of entire Armenian population from Nagorno-Karabakh, where these people have been living for millennia. Azerbaijan is a major oil and gas producer in the Caspian, by which it makes significant damage to the Caspian seabed. The oil and gas export funds are spent to only cement the dictatorship, as well as arms build-up to threaten others and fight wars. Only a few weeks remaining to the COP29, and hundreds of political prisoners are still in Baku, including dozens of Armenians, Poles, as well as the leadership of Nagorno-Karabakh. Mr. President, Azerbaijan is a risk factor to many international organizations and initiatives. It is discrediting any democratic, human rights, and rule of law initiatives it's becoming part of. I believe the time has come for us to seriously reevaluate the role of Azerbaijan in this organization. Let me conclude by calling upon all parliamentarians in the Assembly to make best efforts with their governments and urge Azerbaijan to release all political prisoners and Armenian hostages ahead of COP29. Thank you.
Blerina Gilamet is next, but I think Blerina is not here, so I'm going on with Elvira Kovacs.
Distinguished President, dear colleagues, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe is the European political body with the widest democratic legitimacy, since it reflects the Parliament's composition of almost all European countries. Hence, diminishing this scope always carries the risk of undermining its own legitimacy. This might be the case with the decision from January this year not to ratify the credentials of the Azerbaijani delegation. With such a decision, PACE undermines its own legitimacy, together with its credibility as a platform for meaningful dialogue, since at least 10 million citizens of a European country are no longer represented within its ranks and are left without a voice. Today, Azerbaijan is a valuable factor in the international order based on law, peace, and security. The high achievements of its culture are an inseparable tile of the European cultural mosaic, and its natural resources are of vital importance for the well-being of our continent. Azerbaijan is located in the region where the values of the Council of Europe are not without those who contest them, nor are they unquestionably accepted as the optimal form for the life. I believe that the denial of credentials to the Azerbaijani delegation in the body of the Council of Europe, in which the citizens are most directly represented, was wrong. Quite the contrary, at a time of enormous challenges for the European continent and for the whole world, greater cohesion and the greatest possible democratic legitimacy of the Council of Europe is needed. I'm convinced that the full participation of the Azerbaijani delegation in our work would influence the polarization of European values and democratic procedures among this significant population. I hope that we could agree that PACE should function as a platform for dialogue on an equal and inclusive basis and should prioritize the advancement of this idea. In a nutshell, I would like to support and call for a return to dialogue and the resumption of participation of Azerbaijani delegation in PACE. All efforts need to be channeled in this direction. What is needed is a constructive and mutually respectful dialogue with the participation of all. And this is possible in this body only if their credentials would be ratified. Thank you for your attention.
Zeynep Yildiz is next.
Sorry, the system is so new. Dear Chair, dear colleagues, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe faces two fundamental risks. One is being confined to the continentality, and the second is disregarding equal treatment among its member states. The Council of Europe was established with the aim to achieve a greater unity between its members, as envisioned in the founding statute of the Council. You may remember that when Karabakh was under the Armenian occupation, we have made numerous speeches affirming that Karabakh is a part of Azerbaijan's internationally recognized territorial integrity. Why then are we unable to adopt the same stance when the same member state takes a step to protect its own territorial integrity and restores the displaced Azerbaijanis to their homeland after 30 years? We need to accept that there is a difference in approach. When will we realize that stigmatizing member states through double standard measures is gradually shrinking the pace and confining it to a narrow continental scope? Now, we should be discussing the return of our Azerbaijani colleagues by approving their credentials and welcoming them back to the PACE. But on the contrary, we witness that the fragile dialogue medium is restrained instead. In their absence, with full of resentment, Azerbaijan is tried to be judged, and this is not fair. This situation shows that we are drifting away from the rational approaches that form the foundation of our institution. We foresee that discussing issues about Azerbaijan here, while they are absent and unable to defend themselves or share their views, will not contribute to raising the democratic standard of the member states. Therefore, what we need to do now is to invite Azerbaijan back to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and re-establish a democratic and multilateral medium for dialogue, rather than pinpointing Azerbaijan here and engaging in extrajudicial executions against Azerbaijan in their absence. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe has the function to resolve conflicts, not to create them. And instead of pushing Azerbaijan away, we should embrace Azerbaijan for preserving the pluralistic composition of the PACE. Thank you.
Thank you, Zeynep. Elisabetta Gardini is next.
Thank you very much, President. Dear colleagues, often
almost always in actual fact, calls from international organizations relating to the state of human rights and the rule of law in Azerbaijan focus on the plight of the Armenian minority. For example, a decision handed down by the International Court of Justice in November 2023, or indeed observations made by the Council of Europe's Human Rights Commissioner looking at the situation of displaced Armenians. However, I would remind you that in May, President Aliyev signed an amnesty decree relating to 154 prisoners, and there is religious tolerance in Azerbaijan, in which Catholic and Orthodox churches coexist alongside mosques and synagogues to ensure equal treatment of all religions, something which the Pope very much appreciated when he visited the country. So it's important that we don't view the situation from one angle alone, rather that we take a 360-degree approach, because cannot have escaped anyone's notice that often the issue of human rights in Azerbaijan is viewed through the prism of the tensions between Armenia and Azerbaijan, whereas in actual fact there are now grounds for cautious optimism. Indeed, the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, met the Armenian Minister for Foreign Affairs as well as the Azeri minister on the 26th of September on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly. And Secretary Blinken praised both ministers for the progress that had been made between the two countries towards a sustainable and dignified peace, and encouraged both countries to continue in that vein. And the Vice President of the Council of Ministers, Italian Foreign Affairs Minister Tajani, had meetings separately with both ministers in New York and invited them to return to constructive dialogue in order to find a diplomatic solution, offering mediation from Rome and suggesting that they look at the successful model in Alto Adige. Now, of course, COP29, which is being hosted in Baku, will be an opportunity for the country to reaffirm its commitment to the respect for international law and show that an independent and free civil society exists. And I very much hope that, following on from parliamentary elections in September, that the Azeri delegation will once again submit its credentials to this assembly, and I am certain that it will assess those credentials in a balanced fashion in a spirit of inclusion. Thank you.
Frank Spabe, you have the floor now.
Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, we have to know that we are not discussing about a conflict between two countries. This is what the government, so-called government of Azerbaijan, want to say. No, this is not about it. And it's not about criticizing the people of Azerbaijan. They are very brave and honest people. It's about a government who has no legitimization to be a government, because all the elections, whatever we saw, are falsified elections. This is the truth. And this is the situation in the country. And we have some values. And we have some rules. And even if you don't commit to the values of this organization, you have to commit to the rules. If we start to allow countries not to commit to the rules and to follow the rules of this organization, this will be the end of this organization. And we have 46 member countries. And we have different situations in a lot of member countries. You spoke about it. But we have 45. And this is the difference to Turkey, who allow and who keep the fundamental rules of this organization when it comes to the question of monitoring the country. And this is what Azerbaijan was doing. They prevent us, and I want to remind, this is a debate. They prevent us to go to the country. They prevent us to observe the elections. They imprison more and more people, three times more than maybe 1.5 years ago. This is the situation. And the situation is, can we allow a country, a government, to do so, or can we not allow it? Because again, when we start it and when we say not stop, then other countries will follow. I'm unfortunately quite sure about it. And what Azerbaijan was doing, they didn't answer to us. They answered in accusations of Islamophobia. They answered to imprison more and more people, including the Human Rights Prize winner Anna Madli and others. This was the answer from Azerbaijan. And now, meanwhile, they didn't invite us again to the next so-called election. And what they did as well is to ban, we're not open about it, it looks like, but now we have an understanding that they banned 76 members of this organization. How we should work together, how we should cooperate when one country acts at the end in this way. And let me quote Leyla Yunus. Leyla Yunus, one of the brave people who have to be outside of the country, who cannot be in the country anymore. She wrote to me in a letter last week. In February 2023, there were 93 political prisoners in Azerbaijan. But then Aliyev, the president, launched a large-scale campaign of repression in the country, and as a result, the number of those arrested and convicted, tortured, and subjected to numerous human rights violations has been drastically increased. The new list of political prisoners prepared on the 23rd of September 2024 includes 319 people. This is what's happening and what was happening in the last month. And now we have to take a decision. Do we allow Azerbaijan to change the values of rules of this organization, or do we ask Azerbaijan to commit to the values of this organization and at the end to commit with the rules of this organization? If the country and the government is willing to do so, they are very welcome back in this assembly.
Joe O'Reilly is next.
Freedom House has designated Azerbaijan as one of the most authoritarian states. OSCE ODIHR have grave reservations about the recent elections, establishing firmly a family monarchy. Arbitrary arrests, indefinite detentions, severe beatings and torture are a common feature. 319 individuals are in prison on political charges. At the heart of all of this is the fact that the COP conference is coming to Baku, and there's an effort to clear the streets, to remove all protest, to in some way, in inverted commas, sanitize the place, to create a false impression of calm upon the arrival of the international delegations. The Armenian prisoners of war are being mistreated and not being released. It's shocking that we have Václav Havel, a prize winner and finalist, in jail, and it's shocking that we still remain without a peace on the borders. So it's my essential contention that we cannot but openly condemn the absence of human rights, the lack of proper society. We are, in Azerbaijan, we are the international organization for the protection of law, of human rights, of democracy. Democracy doesn't seem to enter into it, but in this case we're talking about an absence of law and order in any real sense, and we're talking of a breakdown of human rights. On that basis, Azerbaijan must remain, unfortunately, outside the scope of this body, but we must remain unequivocal in our condemnation of what's happening there, unequivocal in our pursuit of a satisfactory outcome and to establish a normal society there. I think Mr. Schwabe put it well when he said we have no problem with ordinary Azeri people. Of course we don't. Decent, good people trying to eke out their existence. But they are victims of a regime, of a governmental structure that, in the words of my distinguished Irish colleague Paul Gavin, would put you in mind of North Korea, and would you make the Sopranos look harmless. So I think, in conclusion, we do need to be unequivocal in our condemnation. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Dear colleagues, I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during this debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically, if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. And now I call Liz Christophersen to reply for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to all the speakers in this current affairs debate. As I heard the debate, the speakers on behalf of the political groups as well as other speakers obviously share the same worries about the deterioration human rights situation in Azerbaijan. And that's a good starting point for further efforts to assist Azerbaijan to move in the right direction. I note there are different opinions regarding the credentials, but no one has yet closed the door for renewed attempts to establish a new dialogue, and we are not going to decide today. The task as rapporteur is really difficult these days. Without the invitations and denied to carrying out the meetings we have been asking for, and it was shocking to experience journalists and human rights activists that we had met with earlier, that they were being arrested and ill-treated during our last visit. One of them is Ulvi Hassamli, the director of Absaz Media. For the time being, we have to base our work on information from other sources, among them civil society, human rights organizations, journalists, and our last meeting took place today, actually, with the human rights organizations, media representatives, and the lawyer of Arkiv Gurbanov. So now what? It's difficult to say where this will end, but I think for the good of the people of Azerbaijan, we should try to establish a more fruitful dialogue where all our institutions, the Assembly, the Committee of Ministers, and the Secretary General act in a more coordinated manner. And I have noted that our new Secretary General already has taken some initiatives. The message from the civil society to the Council of Europe today is rather clear. It is of no use just to release a few political prisoners. A binding action plan needs to be set up in order to change the restrictive laws on political parties, NGOs, and media. We should bear that in mind. To conclude, whatever will happen now until January, it goes without saying that all attempts at a renewed and better dialogue must be based on the principles of the Council of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Dear colleagues, I remind you that at the end of a current affairs debate, the Assembly is not asked to decide upon a text, but the matter may be referred by the Bureau to the responsible committee for a report. So, we need 1 minute to go to the next item of business this afternoon, which is a current affairs debate on the situation in the Middle East. And I'd like to call those who are responsible take their seat. Saskia Kluit is here. Yeah, you have to come in front. So, as I said, the next item is a current affairs debate on the situation in the Middle East, escalation of violence and mounting humanitarian crisis, particularly in Gaza. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes for all members, except the first speaker chosen by the Bureau, who is allowed 7 minutes. The debate will end at around 7:30 p.m. In the debate, I call first Mrs. Saskia Kluit. Saskia, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. It's a heavy responsibility to open this debate and to ask your urgent attention to the situation that is evolving every minute now and worsening by the hour. We are watching an extreme escalation of violence in the Middle East, with the escalation of the might of Israel's military operations in Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, and the next few days will be crucial. It's a conflict with very deep roots and wounds on all sides. We are divided, but however difficult, we must try today to find a common ground and a human rights-based forward. I welcome the continuing work of the Subcommittee of the Middle East on finding political solutions, even if it's really difficult. And I commemorate my friends that it's our collective responsibility not only to take political stances, but also, or most, foster peace and human rights and the safety also in this region. And that's why I would like to ask you today to go beyond our political differences and our political stances. It is my wish that we can debate and focus on the humanitarian side of this conflict and the human rights that we stand for. To start, it is always important to commemorate that our Assembly has condemned the attacks of Hamas in the strongest words. These are hideous crimes committed during that attack. They represent a complete violation of human rights and human dignity, for which the perpetrators should be held accountable. And we should call for and keep calling for the immediate return of the hostages, and call upon Hamas to grant immediate access of the Red Cross to the hostages. The bodies of the hostages who are not alive anymore should be immediately returned in dignity to their loved ones, and we send unwavering support to all the families of the hostages. But, dear colleagues, a year after these dreadful events of October 7, the military operations of Israel are still continuing unabated in Gaza and West Bank, and are now extended to Yemen, Syria, and this morning it has crossed physically the borders of Lebanon with a ground offensive for Israel. In Lebanon, the recent escalation has placed already immense strain on the humanitarian situation. Thousands are missing or are dead. 1 million people have already fled, 100,000 to Syria, and I have really great concerns about how they are doing safety-wise and in well-being, and my heart goes out to all of them. We should stand in solidarity with the people of Lebanon today, and we should speak our support for them in these challenging times. And we are here to defend human rights and human dignity, so we must speak up out and loud about the most fundamental of those rights, and that's the right to live. Protection of that right is the foundation of our work in this Council, especially and maybe foremost in times of conflict and war. So I urge you again to focus this debate on the urgent vital needs of ordinary people in the Middle East who are suffering and dying now. First of all, I call our own states and Council member states to immediately prioritize peace, prioritize de-escalation in Lebanon and other areas, and prioritize the protection of civilians and humanitarian workers in this conflict. That is our task in this conflict. But even in this moment of escalation, it is clear that the situation in Gaza has no comparison in the region. It's one of the highest importance we prevent the situation from spilling over to other areas in the Middle East. Imagine the impact of 45,000 bombs on a highly densely populated area. As you know, I am designated reporter on the humanitarian situation of women and children in Gaza, West Bank, and Israel. A report I hope to complete next year. And I would like to share with you some of the information we got at hearings we organized last 2 months, because these are the effects we might be facing on a much bigger ground, and we should fight to prevent it. Gazans have no means to escape. They are besieged, they are trapped. Within the Gaza population is constantly on the move to avoid harm, while in fact they cannot avoid harm, it's nowhere safe. 9 out of 10 people, around 2 million people, are displaced from their homes. Everyone has been forced to flee about every month. Already 1 million Lebanese are on the run. So in the region, we are facing 3 million people who are not at home anymore. We have heard many times 41,000 people have been lost, 95,000 have been injured, including 70% women and children. The list of identified victims of Gaza already contains 215 pages of only the names of children. At least 250 humanitarian and medical aid workers have been killed, mostly on duty. But what most people don't realize is that due to the collapse of the healthcare system, we are looking at a much bigger number of casualties. The most safe estimate is that we are looking at 120,000 people who have died from ailments and sicknesses that could have been easily prevented, like women having a C-section having to die because lack of penicillin, their babies dying because lack of milk. The children of Gaza are living trauma on trauma. They are losing their home, their schools, their friends, their families. About 17,000 children are without their parents. Many of them have been forced to assume the role of parent. They have to take care of their siblings, often leading to exploitation or sexual violence against them. Every day, 10 children have their limbs amputated. So while we talk here this week, 50 children have lost a limb. President, when we meet again in January, if nothing has changed, we have filled this room with children who have lost an arm or a leg or both. Another 177,000 women are at stake from non-communicable diseases that are not treated. Hunger, poor nutrition are dangerous things when you are pregnant. The healthcare system has collapsed due to widespread destruction of the infrastructure, medical infrastructure, but also due to the lack of supplies of essential goods. And that is caused by administrative and physical restrictions, a serious breach of international law. As a result, the population no longer has access to simple medicines. I will try to speed up, but a lot needs to be said. Humanitarian organizations are working day and night. And they keep coming to work even though they are being shot at, they are being bombed, and they're being intimidated. They are real heroes, and I think we should pay them respect to coming to their work every day. It's not only, however, a humanitarian issue if we attack humanitarian workers. It's also a moral one, and it's also an illegal one, and we should stand for the safety of the workers. Because what if we allow humanitarian law and regulations to be violated by conflicting parties in a conflict where democracy play a big role? What are our human rights worth? What is our human rights order worth if we not fight for them in this conflict? We cannot accept man-made humanitarian crisis of this scale, because it will be the new normal and other people will hurt in other conflicts. So, we should push for an immediate de-escalation and permanent and unconditional ceasefire, and that's the essential first step. Pending the ceasefire, we should not rest. We should call on Israel and conflicting party to ensure that the military operations do not further destroy civilian lives or infrastructure. And we should call urgently on Israel and all parties in the Middle East to fully respect international boundaries, humanitarian law and regulation which has been installed for exactly the situations we are talking about now. So that means no attacks on civilians or on humanitarian structures. Humanitarian personnel should be guaranteed safe working conditions in all situations, and we should have safe access points for conflicting and de-escalation zones, especially in Gaza. They must be open at all times for medical and humanitarian works. I look to a debate about this aspect of the conflict, President, because we should be silent when children sleep, but not when they die.
Thank you, Saskia. For those colleagues who might be wondering why there were 2 more minutes added, it is because Saskia asked for it and she will have less time to reply. So, I open now the list on behalf of the Socialist Pierre-Alain Frides.
Merci. Thank you very much indeed, President. The Middle East is on fire, and the word that springs to mind for me today is the apocalypse. The fire was smouldering for some decades with regular flare-ups which were limited against a backdrop of a geopolitical situation with an unimaginable complexity, with loathing passed on from generation to generation. The 7th of October 2023 caused, as a result of this hatred, there were appalling crimes were committed, and we have to firmly condemn this. But we also need to see how the eye for an eye policy is being applied without limit by the Israeli government. First of all, in Gaza, the strategy of the Israeli army was twofold: to free hundreds of hostages held by Hamas and to inflict a fatal blow on Hamas, to wipe out its leadership and to neutralize Hamas's military strength. The method to bomb systematically and to invade this small strip of land overpopulated by 2 million people, a very young population which forever has been living in an open-air prison. And 1 year following the results of this strategy, we can see what the results are. Well, land that's been destroyed, 80% of which has been destroyed. Infrastructure has been destroyed, in particular hospitals, and we have a thirsty and starving people. And an unfathomable number of people have been killed, including children, women. Hamas talks about more than 40,000 fatalities. Some people, such as Guy Moncel, a French military expert, talks of higher figures than this. There are a large number of dead bodies buried under the rubble. Gaza today is the total horror. It's a land that's been destroyed, in which people are trying to live as prisoners in desperate conditions, with humanitarian aid being provided in dribs and drabs. There's a lack of water, a lack of food. Medical products are not there, and there's no antibiotics. There's no anesthetics. There's no operating theatres. There are very few of them. Now, there are so many infections, epidemics. Polio is back. This dramatic finding has been made by NGOs and medical experts who are on the front line. Today, we need to call for two things: an immediate ceasefire and humanitarian aid. But now the war is moving to the north of Israel, to the Lebanon. Now, what consequence will this have? We can imagine an appalling situation, in particular for civilians. The rules of humanitarian law, international humanitarian law, and the Geneva Conventions are being trampled on. Let me finish by making two comments. The catastrophes of today are a result of unquenching thirst for hatred and revenge, which are being passed on from generation to generation and will continue to do so. Secondly, starting a war is the easiest thing to do. The most difficult thing is to build peace, and in particular lasting peace. Today, we are moving away from this more and more. Today, the time is now for horror and suffering. We need to call for an immediate ceasefire and for the release of all the hostages still held. Thank you.
On behalf of the EPP, it is the leader of the group, Pablo Hispan.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, President. The crisis in the Middle East is reaching some levels of violence that we've not ever witnessed to date. In just a few days' time, it'll be the first anniversary of the terrorist attack against Israel. The consequence was hundreds of murdered and more than 200 taken hostage. Since 1945, Israel had not suffered aggression as terrible as this. Today, 100 Israelis remain hostages, which is a good shy of the inhumanity of the Hamas terrorist group. Hamas knew that the reaction to its aggression would be implacable. Its unprecedented attacks would face unprecedented responses, but once again they've shown that Hamas is the worst enemy of the Palestinian people. We all know the rest of the story. Israel launched a military operation with levels of devastation unseen to date. There are now thousands of dead in Gaza, and the destruction has no parallel in history. The humanitarian drama is undeniable and affects the most vulnerable, especially women and children. Nobody can remain indifferent to this reality which moves all of us time and again and is unacceptable. On the other hand, we've witnessed unprecedented displacement of population. The Palestinian population has suffered from it. The Israeli population is suffering from it, particularly those who live in the north of the country, and the population of Lebanon is suffering. There are tens of thousands of men, women, and children displaced from their homes. Many have lost everything. There are thousands of civilians who live in terror day after day because of the bombs, rockets, and drones, which make no difference, do not distinguish between civilian objectives and military ones. and calling any of these collateral victims is unacceptable. This escalation is undeniable and appears unstoppable. What's happening in Lebanon adds a new chapter of horror to this war. The civilized world is asking for an end to the conflict, which will only be possible at a negotiating table at which all stakeholders in the region, including Iran, recognize the right of Israel to live in peace with some safe borders and a viable Palestinian state with recognized borders, and which is to live in peace with all of its neighbors, including Israel. Regrettably, fear and hate continue to prevail, but peace will come. We just must urge the parties to put an end to the hostilities and to respect all civilians and to release the hostages. Without doubt, there's a need to give peace and humanity a chance.
Thank you, Pablo. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Loring Naxa.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, we strongly condemn the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel on 7th October last year. We recognize Israel's rights to self-defense, and Israel has the right to guarantee the security of its citizens for the long term. Our consistent position since the beginning of this war is based on the following pillars. 1, we must ensure that nowhere in the world can be there a terrorist attack as brutal as the one that took place in Israel on 7th of October last year. A further escalation of the conflict and the outbreak of a regional war must be prevented. Third, the civil population must be protected, and fourth, all hostages must be released immediately and without preconditions. We are deeply concerned with the recent escalation in Lebanon. The confrontation may result in a broader regional war and has the potential to further destabilize the country. Therefore, we stress the importance of avoiding further escalation and support the efforts aimed at finding a sustainable solution. We call for the implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 1701. Maintaining the dialogue with the countries of the region through diplomatic channels is essential. We believe that peace and security in the Arab region are closely linked to Europe's security as well. We therefore should do everything in our power to increase stability and mitigate conflicts in Europe's southern neighborhood. The conflicts on the Middle East directly threaten Europe in the form of migration and terrorism. We remain committed to ensure that Lebanon receives all the necessary assistance to face the current challenges, whether arising from the political impasse, the rise of non-state actors, or the heavy burden the large number of Syrian refugees puts on local communities and authorities. We support the strengthening of the state institution in Lebanon, including the Lebanese armed forces, in order to help the country overcome its political instability. Although the promising negotiation on the extension of the Abraham Accords have been set back by the terrorist attacks, we remain committed to the extension of the Abraham Accords in order to normalize relations between Israel and the Arab countries of the region. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Loring. On behalf of ALDE, Carla Moonen.
Imagine a Middle Eastern region where peace prevails, a place where leaders actively seek diplomatic solutions, engage in meaningful negotiations, and prioritize the welfare of their citizens, a place where people can safely remain in their homes and communities. Imagine Gaza, where 600,000 children can return safely to their schools, a place where basic needs like food, clean water, and medical care are accessible to all, a place where vital infrastructure and homes are restored. Envision this, and what is necessary for the citizens of Israel and Gaza to live in peace and security, free from fear and conflict. What do we have to do to reach this imagination? From my perspective and that of ALDE, we must first condemn all acts of terrorism and violence, regardless of their origin. We must firmly reject extremism on all sides. Second, it is crucial that all prisoners are released, including those kidnapped from Israel. We must bring everybody back to their homes. Third, we must put an end to the spillover violence affecting neighboring countries. You can think about Lebanon. Ending war must be our shared goal. Moreover, the European liberals strongly believe in the necessity of a two-state solution. We must support a framework where Israel and the future Palestinian state coexist peacefully, with recognized borders and mutual respect. The need for a two-state solution has never been clearer. Once stability is achieved, we should invest in economic cooperation and development in the Palestinian territories. Yesterday, we heard Václav Havel, Human Rights Prize winner Vladimir Kara-Murza. He reminded us that we decide and pace matters elsewhere in the world. And that means that I urge you all to be brave, to bring light into this darkness, to advocate for a future where Israelis and Palestinians can coexist peacefully. And that means, in practice, that we have to take the necessary actions here in PACE, such as resolutions, in this Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. The time is urgent, and I really hope that one day our immunizations will be true, but it can only happen if we are brave and take measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. George Urkaidis on behalf of United European Left. Insert your badge and then press the button. I'll be waiting. Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, 75 years of Israeli illegal occupation of Palestine and continuous ethnic cleansing. 75 years of violations of international law and human rights and the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. Decades of enforced apartheid regime in the West Bank and an open-air prison in Gaza. 1 year of continuous genocide in Gaza and the murder of tens of thousands of civilians, the majority of which are women and children. 1 year of almost complete destruction of Gaza. 1 year of weaponizing access to water, energy, food, and healthcare. 1 year of murders of over 120 journalists and almost 200 humanitarian workers. 1 year also of escalating Israeli violence in the West Bank. The crimes committed by Israel and the subsequent suffering of the Palestinian people are endless. Dear colleagues, as PACE, we rightly condemned Hamas' brutal attack that led to the murder of innocent civilians on October 7 and demanded the immediate release of hostages. It is disheartening that, on the contrary, we have not, to this date, demonstrated resolve and sensitivity towards the genocide in Gaza, unfolding daily before our eyes. In fact, the only resolution of this Assembly demanding for an immediate ceasefire was adopted on the condition that Hamas be completely dismantled, thereby, in effect, calling for Israel to continue the war indefinitely. This is what we have done. By the same token, during this session, most of the political groups in the Bureau did not want to hold a debate under urgent procedure on the humanitarian situation in Gaza, nor adopt a new resolution, the content of which could potentially be unsettling. We have said this before, dear colleagues. The way this Assembly has dealt with Gaza constitutes, unfortunately, a dark page in its history, impacting the credibility of this organization designed to protect and safeguard human rights. Unfortunately, double standards and hypocrisy prevail. In order to restore the credibility and dignity of this organization and serve peace and stability in the region, we must call a spade a spade. Uphold international law and clearly condemn its breach. Demand the protection of human rights of the Palestinian people and Israel's de facto state of impunity. Call for an immediate and lasting ceasefire both in Gaza and Lebanon. Condemn all actions that deepen and extend the war to the wider region, as Israel has already started its ground invasion in Lebanon. Demand that Israel respects the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Lebanon. Ensure that UN resolutions on Palestine and the Middle East are implemented. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you, George. I will give now the floor to Meirav Ben-Ari.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was very hard for me to focus in all these things that I heard here, and I prepare a speech, but it's a waste of time. It was very hard for me to focus because when you're speaking about human rights, my family, all my family, sitting in the safe room when 102 missiles from Iran shooting on Israel, and no one speak about it. And in the same times, 8 people were murdered now in Tel Aviv from a terror organization. Terror attacked 8 people, went to the street, went back from the job, and murdered next to the houses. Millions of Israelis sitting now in the safe room because Iran shooted missiles for Israel. Why? Is there one Israeli soldiers in Iran? No. Because Hamas and Hezbollah, that you didn't even mention, they are the proxies of Iran and they control the region. But Israel won't let them because Israel fighting your war, for the civil war, for the democratic, for the liberal world. And you have to understand, you can say whatever you want. This is the reality now in Israel, and you can leave. But I'm not wishing to any one of you to go through what I'm going through now, when all my family is under attack, with all my people is under attack. And why? You can go out like the representative of human rights in Turkey. You have to be ashamed of yourself. This is, you speak about human rights? Where did you get the numbers
sorry to
from
interrupt.
Gaza?
I would like to ask you not to use expressions which are shameful for others.
I didn't say nothing.
You have the right to say whatever you want, but please.
I was clear.
I understand the situation that your country lives in, especially your personal situation now, but please don't use such expressions.
It's very hard to speak about human rights without even mention Hezbollah, that is a terror organization, without even mention the brutal attack about the 7 October attack, that now we are 1 year from the 7 October and still people in Israel sitting in the safe room and their life is in danger. And I reach for you and I want to tell you that if you want to hear the other side of the story, I'm here. I come here every 4 months to speak about Israel. But you have not just, you need also to listen and to understand that Israel is eager for peace, and she wants peace in the Middle East. But if you want peace, we need to destroy Hamas and Hezbollah because they are an organization of terror. They don't know human rights. They don't understand human rights. You have a partner in Israel. I told it also to the chairperson. You can use us to bring peace to the Middle East and not terror. Thank you. And I'm sorry if I was a little bit, it's very hard time now in Israel. You can see in your website, everyone is under attack.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry.
Bernard Sabella is next.
Thank you, Mr. President, and esteemed PACE members. Let me start by wisdom. There is no victor in war, and all are winners in peace. And when we speak about the current state of affairs in the Middle East, it's the result of an ongoing war and unresolved conflict between Arabs and Jews in Palestine and Israel. The humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip is catastrophic. 155,000 expecting mothers have been and continue to go through hell because of the war. There are 650,000 students who are denied regular schooling. Over 400 teachers have been killed during the war. Mental health and psychological support are needed, not only for Israelis, but for Palestinians as well. There were many reports from the World Bank to University of Cambridge to other well-respected institutions that spoke of the devastation and horrendous conditions facing 1.9 displaced Palestinians, most of whom are children and women. There is no hope except with the cessation of war. We need to stop this war. And we need to work out a plan to end Israel's occupation of the Gaza Strip and the rest of the occupied territory. The international community and PACE among its most serious organizations monitoring human rights, rule of law, and democracy are called upon to take action. The suffering will continue, and what we are witnessing in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and across Israel and parts of the Palestinian territory is the fact that war is going on, and we are at a loss, and there is no leadership for peace on the Israeli side. If Israel wants peace, then it needs to have the leadership that will work for peace and not for ongoing wars with all over in the Middle East.
Thank you, Mr. Sabella. I want to thank you very much. Aurora Floridia is next.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. It is not easy now to speak after these two speeches. My heart is heavy for the tragic situation in Israel, and it is heavy for the tragic situation in Gaza. But we are here today not to discuss the complex, terrifying, and tragic political situation in Gaza and Israel and line up behind one position or the other. Today, at the Council of Europe, the cradle of human rights, it is essential that our Assembly focus and concentrate on the human rights crisis and the humanitarian disaster in Gaza, and particularly on women and children. This is the topic of this report. The healthcare system in Gaza is collapsing, and there is now the risk of a complete medical shutdown. Women, particularly pregnant and elderly women, are facing life-threatening challenges due to the lack of supplies and adequate care. Children are suffering from preventable diseases by a lack of clean water, electricity, and medical infrastructure. It is our duty to acknowledge the broader humanitarian disaster, the displacement of families, the destruction of homes, and the long-term psychological trauma inflicted on Gaza's children. International organizations like UK Med and Children for Europe are doing a vital work under extreme conditions, but humanitarian aid alone cannot solve the crisis. An immediate and enduring ceasefire is urgently needed to allow humanitarian aid to reach those in need and to facilitate the return of displaced families. The Council of Europe must advocate for all parties in this conflict to follow and to respect international humanitarian law, to seek to limit the effects of armed conflict, to protect civilians and to ensure access to the basic human right to health care. I appeal to the Assembly to separate the political from the humanitarian issue and to act swiftly and effectively in order to ensure a living environment that is as healthy and safe as possible, especially for women and children. The women and children of Gaza cannot wait any longer. I think and believe it is time to get out of the humanitarian paralysis in which we find ourselves, for the sake of human beings who are truly at the end of their tether. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurora. Piero Fassino.
In the last 2 hours, agencies throughout the world are telling us about the news of thousands of missiles that Iran is firing at Israeli cities. So we are facing another chapter of a tragedy which has already claimed thousands and thousands of victims in Gaza and the Lebanon and the north of Israel. And in the next few hours, we've heard it's also hit Israeli cities. Now, clearly, faced with a context like this, it's right, as has been suggested, that we be capable to differentiate between a purely political from a humanitarian dimension, even if this distinction is rather difficult to make in absolute terms. It's clear that in humanitarian terms we need to work to be close to the civilian population, because it's the civilian population in Gaza, in Lebanon and in Israel that the brunt of this war is being borne. Tens of thousands of people have their lives affected by it, their living conditions, their rights to receive medical treatment, their right to have food. All of that should move us to ensure that humanitarian aid be maintained at a high level. And I understand completely when we talk about humanitarian aid, we should also be able to recall all sides to their own responsibilities. So many appeals have been made to the government of Israel. I too have added my voice to those. But I'd like to recall that even if the victims in Gaza amount to such a huge number, it's because Hamas knowingly, cynically organized its military structure beneath hospitals, schools, mosques, and civilian homes. And that has contributed to the number of fatalities being higher than it might have been given the civilian offensive, which has been tough and which we continue to judge and to condemn. But let's not forget that when we talk about humanity, we have to know that there are families, brothers, sisters, children, mothers, fathers, who for a year now have mourned the fate of their loved ones who are hostages held by Hamas. So here, the families of hostages have come to visit us and to remind us of this fact. So we need to act so that all have the right to be protected, their dignity be respected. We call upon all stakeholders in this, the government in Israel, which we ask to respect international law and humanitarian law, and Hamas, whom we must ask for something which we no longer ask. We have a resolution here, Resolution 1701 of the UN, that says unconditional release of the hostages. Now, so far, that's not happened. Indeed, they're being used as bargaining chips. So we need to play our role to protect human rights, where they are violated by whomever, and protect all. Thank you.
Joe O'Reilly, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. At the outset, could I just briefly congratulate Mrs. Clwyd on her report and her fine exposition of it. May I remind us all and say that we are primarily a human rights organisation where the rule of law, democracy and human rights are sacrosanct. We should suspend geopolitical and ideological divides, and we should unite around those core principles and values on this question. We should recognise that in Gaza we've had an effective genocide with the death of 40,000 people directly, 120,000 people indirectly. On the West Bank, we've had an escalation of violence now in the Lebanon, and tragically, and we all have heavy hearts around this today, an escalation further. The response of Israel, and I say this with total sensitivity to our colleague here, has been disproportionate to the horrific events of October the 7th. Nobody in this room is anyway equivocal in their condemnation of what happened on October the 7th. But the response is completely disproportionate, illegal and immoral. We have to return to our core principles on this one. We in Ireland have recognised the Palestinian state, and I'm very proud of our Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, Taoiseach and Taoiseach, Harris and Martin, in their work in this area. But we really believe in Ireland, and I think a lot of people do, in a just, sustainable solution around the 1967 borders, and in a situation where there is a mutual respect there. So I think we as an Assembly are duty-bound, I think, to come out clearly and say that we're suspending any particular geopolitical concerns, any particular ideologies, and that we are recognising here an abuse of human rights, genocide, a mass murderous situation, and that the whole region is at risk of conflagration, and that we as an Assembly, I think we have to come out unequivocally and speak about this and say this clearly. And there are no blurred lines here. And this is a very grievous situation. Thank you.
A new chamber. Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. I now call Ms. Theo Clark, United Kingdom.
Mr. President, as a member of the UK delegation to the Council of Europe, I rise to speak in this debate about the mounting humanitarian crisis in Gaza. I wish to focus today on the context for maternal and newborn health, and in particular the challenge of birth trauma. And as a recent member of the UK Parliament's International Select Development Committee, I wish to call attention to two of our recent relevant reports. The first is on the humanitarian situation in Gaza, and the second on the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office's approach to sexual and reproductive health. I also chaired the recent UK birth trauma inquiry, which looked in detail at the risks women face in childbirth, and that has lessons for all of us as member states on how to improve maternal health outcomes. The UK strongly condemned the horrific attacks perpetrated on Israel by Hamas last year. But conflict has now ensued in response, and the situation in Gaza has become one of the worst humanitarian disasters in the world. The UN Secretary-General himself has said, if there is a hell on earth, it is the lives of children in Gaza. Our committee of parliamentarians visited Egypt to see a hospital in North Sinai, the closest region to Rafah in the Gaza Strip, and British MPs heard firsthand about the challenges facing the healthcare system in Gaza, which is falling apart. The importance of skilled healthcare workers in the provision of maternal and newborn health is essential. Dr. Sebastian Taylor told our inquiry that most newborn deaths happen within the first few days after delivery, and that most maternal deaths happen on the day of delivery. That tells us that the place where the mother delivers and the newborn arrives needs to be a place of considerable safety and quality of care. But how is this to be provided when only a third of Gaza's hospitals are still functioning and working with as little as 30% of their staff? Nearly 2 million people are displaced, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to provide medical care to mothers and their newborn babies. We know there's a lack of health infrastructure, medical equipment, supplies, including milk and medication, and there are very few facilities. Almost all of maternal deaths are occurring in low-income and middle-income countries, and particularly in conflict areas such as Gaza, with particularly high levels of maternal mortality. We know that increasing access to high-quality healthcare is an effective way to reduce maternal mortality and birth trauma. The UK government recently stated in our White Paper on International Development that no woman or baby should die of preventable causes in pregnancy or childbirth. So I welcome that the UK has committed to the Global Financing Facility for Women, Children and Adolescents of up to 95 million between now and 2025. But there is so much more that we can do. So today I call on all Member States to commit to reducing the risk of maternal and newborn mortality and the rates of birth trauma in conflict zones such as Gaza. We must listen to mothers on the ground. They urgently need our help, and ensure that health outcomes for mothers and their babies are being improved to further save lives.
Thank you, Ms Clark. I now call Mr Alfred Heer.
Dear Mr Chair, 1 year has passed since the terroristic attack on innocent people in Israel, babies, children, families brutally tortured and murdered by Hamas terrorists. As a human defenders in the Council of Europe, we should condemn those horrific attacks by Hamas. And as a human rights institution, we should defend the State of Israel for the right of self-defense. Hezbollah has sent nearly 10,000 rockets to the State of Israel. And if Mr. Sabella said we need to stop the war, he's right. But how do we stop the war? We stop the war if we stop Hezbollah. We stop the war if we stop the Hamas. And we stop the war if we stop the Mullah regime in Iran. The Mullah regime and its offspring, Hamas and Hezbollah, are a cancerous tumor in the Middle East. There are a cancerous tumor in the nations of Arabs, and they are a danger for lives of Jews and Arab alike. Israel is the only democratic state in the Middle East. They share our values of democracy, of human rights, and of rule of law. And all we said about the tragedy, about the innocent people that die, about the children that die, on both sides, also in the Arabic world, in the Palestinian world, they suffer, it is true. But they suffer not because of Israel. They suffer because of the mullahs, they suffer because of Hamas, and they suffer because of Hezbollah. And so I ask you and I urge you to take a firm stand for Israel. They defend our values, our core values of human rights, of rule of law. We should defend those values, and we should stand behind Israel, and we should stand behind Israel to fight evil. This is the only way that we will have peace in the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heer. I now call Mr. Vladimir Vardian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really very complicated to speak here, to speak today when we are facing the ongoing escalation of the conflict in the Middle East, not too far from our region. And this is not the first discussion of the escalation in the Middle East in this hemicycle, but I'm afraid it's not the last one. Because from time to time we are coming back to this issue, and I heard the very emotional speeches of my colleagues from Israel and Palestine. I would like to say that, first of all, I would like to wish the peace to the region, to all of you and to all of your relatives. But please also take into account that very often in other regions people are also in the safe places because we are under attack by the weapons which also use the technologies which are produced by Israel. So it's a very complicated issue, and I would like just to say from the very beginning that there is no justification for any kind of terrorism. There is no justification of hostage-taking. There is no justification of any type of wrongdoings under international humanitarian law. But, honorable colleagues, the terrorism is not only about the subjects who committed this kind of acts, but it's also about the methodology of committing or attacking. Because when you are using very sophisticated technologies, but the methods, the means you are using them are amount to terroristic methods, is also not a good possibility for the further continuation. Ladies and gentlemen, the peace in the region has no alternative, and we should concentrate on the ways of how to get better possibilities for the better and sustainable peace in the future. And I would like just to say that if we are so sophisticated and we are able to spend a lot of money and to create such a sophisticated technologies of war, it is easier to find more sophisticated technologies for peace. My government also recognized Palestine, because we do believe that two-state solution is one of the best options to go ahead with the de-escalation of the situation in the Near East. We do believe that Palestinians and Israelis should mutually recognize for the Palestinians the right of Israeli state for their existence and self-defense. There is no doubt for it. And for Israel, we should do our best to convince our Israeli colleagues to recognize the right of Palestinians to live in their own statehood. The peace is an imperative, and I do believe, and all of us should think, that it is impossible to respect human rights, to provide rule of law, and build a democratic society when we are engaged in war. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. I now call Ms. Neria Ardhill.
Thank you, Chairman. I will speak in Spanish. Y empiezo.
Let me begin by condemning Hamas's attack, the terrorist attack which a year ago claimed the lives of more than 1,200 Israelis, and the taking of hostages. I say this, of course, but I would also like to condemn the disproportionate action by Israel. More than 41,000 killed in Gaza, more than 14,000 children. They've been and schools and hospitals, humanitarian aid workers and others have been attacked, all in the interest of releasing hostages and theoretically putting an end to Hamas. All of this has caused a terrible humanitarian crisis, which has caused hunger, forced people to move, they no longer know where to go, caused hospitals to overflow. What's more, there have been attacks on the West Bank and the bombing of Lebanon, in this case to put an end to Hezbollah, with collateral damage also among civilians, old people and young children. It's now a land incursion. And there have been bombing in Syria and Yemen to put an end to Hutus. I don't know whether it'll be possible to bomb all of these, but I wonder what will happen in the hypothetical condition that they do manage. on many occasions, it's been said rightly, this is not a question of anti-Semitism. I have lived too long with a terrorist organization in my own country, with ETA. But this disproportionate response, instead of diplomacy, one which does not respect international humanitarian law and human rights, reduces itself to the same level as the terrorists. I would have expected much more from a state under the rule of law than from a terrorist organization, but they're almost at the same level. And it's very dangerous what's happening, because the violence has caused this region to be a powder keg. It's caused a huge humanitarian disaster, a situation that nobody wants, a situation we're close to open war. But we must bear in mind that people from the outside, there are other actors such as Iran, but also the United States, and we know what they're doing. So here I wonder, well, what is the international community doing? What could it do? At the moment, diplomacy is not working. So I wonder whether, do we lack tools, ideas? Is it a lack of skills or the willingness to negotiate? Are there no repercussions if we don't try peace talks and we allow violations of international law? I think the international community must act urgently, a response to given this humanitarian disaster in terms of medical care and food. But that's just a plaster. The situation was problematic before, and in the West Bank as well. What we need is to put an end to this barbarism, demand an end, a political solution now, because in the 21st century we can't solve our conflicts worse than it was done by previous generations. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Ms. Zeynep Yildiz as the last speaker. Sadly, at this point, we have to curtail the debate and conclude the list of speakers.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, Ayşenur Ezgi Eygi, a 26-year-old Turkish-American human rights defender, was deliberately targeted and murdered by Israeli Defense Forces recently in Nablus, West Bank, during a peaceful protest against illegal Zionist settlers, just like Rachel Corrie. If such a protest had even been obstructed in any full or observer member state of the PACE, it would have sparked discussions about the right to protest. Yet, over the past year alone, Israel has killed 224 human rights defenders and humanitarian volunteers and 134 journalists. Dr. Juman Arfe, a mother, was also targeted by the IDF along with her newborn twins. If this were a case of domestic violence, we would have talked about it extensively right there. However, when women are killed by Israel, it is ignored by saying comfortably, Palestine is not in Europe. This had led to our failure in documenting Israel's violations of human rights in Gaza. The St. Porphyrius Greek Orthodox Church, along with hundreds of mosques and churches in Gaza, was targeted by Israel. If this had been a matter of culture, we would have debated its preservation for days. However, when Israel destroys the history, we choose to turn our backs on this common heritage of humankind. 3-year-old Rim, along with thousands of other children in Gaza, has been targeted and murdered by Israel. We often spend months debating protecting children online, education opportunities for children, but when it comes to the children of Gaza, we have failed to defend even their right to live and prevent the ongoing genocide. In 5 days, Netanyahu's government attempting genocide in Gaza will complete 1 year. Though the occupation spans decades, that's the reality we know by heart. The longer we remain silent, the more the occupation expands. Now, over 1 million people are fleeing Lebanon following Israel's operations on the ground. And this unrestrained incursion of Israel threatens regional and global stability and security and requires concrete sanctions. Turkey was among the first to sever commercial relations with Israel. Representatives of the countries that supply weapons to Israel must remind their governments that they are responsible towards the history of humanity. I extend my greetings once again to the Palestinian people who have resisted years of embargoes, bombings, starvation, and even genocide. Everything happened while I was alive. Let people know this, says a Turkish poet. The genocide in Palestine happened while we were alive, and we cannot stop it. Let the people and the history know this. Yes, we have shared values right there. This is our shared shame of hypocrisy. This is our shared shame to name the State of Israel as a democracy. So this is our common shame, not to stop the genocide in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that impassioned speech. Sadly, I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. That concludes the list of speakers. I call Ms. Saskia Cluett to reply. Saskia, you have 1 minute.
President, I want to thank my colleagues for a civilized debate. I think many new topics came to the table, like the demonstrators and the safety of them, the journalists, and we have a lot of work to do in this council about the Middle East and situations that arise from this conflict. I think it is really good that we discuss this topic, and I'm looking forward to discuss it again in January, and I really hope we spend these months thinking about, like my Spanish colleague already suggested, think about solutions. Because for me, it's utterly unacceptable that we have a room filled with children who have lost their legs, their hands. We have to fight for them. That is a man-made crisis. They die and get hurt because we don't prioritize our humanitarian laws, our humanitarian regulations that was made after the Second World War, especially to protect civilians in times of conflict. So I hope we meet in January again and we will have a good discussion and support for a good resolution, because that is needed.
Thank you so much. I remind you that at the end of the current affairs debate, the Assembly is not asked to decide upon a text, but the matter may be referred by the Bureau to the responsible committee for a report. Thank you. The next debate is the situation in Iran and the protection of Iranian human rights defenders in Council of Europe member states. The next item of business this evening, is the debate on the report titled The Situation in Iran and the Protection of Iranian Human Rights Defenders in the Council of Europe Member States, document 16035, presented by Mr. Max Lux on behalf of the Committee of Political Affairs and Democracy. We will then hear from Ms. Maria Mesentseva-Fedorenko, who will present an opinion on behalf of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, document 1616048. In order to finish by 8:30, I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 8:20 to allow time for reply to the above vote. I call Mr. Lux, Rapporteur. Mr. Lux, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. Thank you, Mr. Lux.
Vielen Dank, sehr geehrter Herr.
Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, in September 2022, 2 years ago, a young woman wanted to start studying in Iran. Gina Mahsa Amini had finally found a place at university. She traveled from Zakis, a hometown in Kurdistan, to Tehran so as to start a bright new future. However, she did something which turned out to be a mistake. In the underground, she wasn't wearing her headscarf in the way that the authorities like. As a result, the religious police arrested her, beat her up, and raped her, and she later died. This young woman was murdered because she wasn't wearing a headscarf in the way that some men would prefer to see. What the regime think of as being their strength has quickly become a weakness. The majority of people in Iran have now increasingly turned against this regime. On the 22nd of September 2022, 6 days after Gina Masih's death, Iran was crossed by an unprecedented wave of protests. All cities, all regions, everybody demonstrated around the world, Jinjian Zabati, women, life, freedom. And these words became a call for justice for Gina. At the same time, these words also elevate human rights for women to the status of a real alternative to the religious police, the mullahs and thought police. So since September 2022, the people of Iran, whether or not they're religious, have been demonstrating for a genuine democratic alternative to their regime. They are demonstrating unexpected strength. However, the regime immediately recognized this and fought back hard. More than 500 people have been killed, thousands have been injured, young people have been shot in the eyes. This is nothing more than a war being waged against the country's own population, and we can't simply turn away as history unfolds before our eyes. After this 2-year period, we have to finally admit that we as European states haven't done what was necessary to support and stand shoulder to shoulder with these people. And as I thought about this earlier, I realized that what value does my own freedom have if representatives of the European Union prefer to shake hands with the mullahs than to reach out to those who share our values? We can't simply look away. Freedom is neither European nor Persian, it's universal. Anybody who believes that this regime is only a problem for Iranians, I suggest you take a look at the arson attack on the synagogue in Bochum, at attacks here in France, the kidnapping and murder of Iranian opposition members and dissidents in the middle of European cities. That demonstrates just how dangerous that Iranian regime is for us as Europeans, and that Iranian citizens in countries such as Sweden, France, are being held hostage. So we have to face up to the fact that if we try to conduct business as normal with this regime, we pay a heavy price for it. The time has come to end relations with them. The organizations involved in that country should be listed as terrorist organizations, and we have to have an organized drive to ensure that European hostages in Iran be released, and we have to work together to show a united front in facing down this regime. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've been following the news over the last few hours, we see a new dimension to the ongoing escalation in the region arising. Rocket attacks launched by the Iranian regime against Israel. I know that this report is not a suitable place to try to cover all the events going on in the region, but this report is the right place to make one thing clear. This war is not a war being conducted by the people in Iran. Just think about the young people in Iran who are given flags. Flags are laid down in front of them at home, universities, but they turn their backs. They refuse to do it. The people in Iran don't want war in the Middle East, nor do they want to fund terrorist organizations, nor do they want to support Russia in its war against Ukraine. But they're also opposed, of course, to the war which their own regime is conducting against them. I was lucky enough, or have been lucky enough, to grow up in freedom in the European Union. Young people in Iran aren't fortunate in this way. So somebody who I met, who we've been involved with a twinning, was recently condemned to prison, a young woman, she's just 30. So I appeal to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, become partners, adopt people who, human rights defenders whose lives are under threat. Let's do this for our security. The name Gina has now become a byword for life. 2 years after the death of Gina Mahsa Amini, her name lives on, and as does her legacy. Her life stands for the dream that one day Iran will be free. This is a dream which we've had here in Europe, and this is why we have to ensure that we adopt a more robust approach with Iran so as to ensure that human rights be upheld in that country. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Lux, for such an impassioned speech. May I now call Ms. Maria Mesensova-Fedorenko for the opinion from the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
It does. Thank you, dear President, honorable colleagues, everyone who's remaining in this important debate in this hall. I have a very huge privilege to present the opinion of the Committee on Equality and Discrimination, which is aligned committee to this report. And I would like to say that we can't even call it a situation in Iran. It's a tragedy in Iran. This is a very blunt truth, because currently, Max Lux took up a very important role, and this report has been prepared for longer than a year, but with recent events, we understand the importance of it. And I would like to stress that, indeed, numerous pervasive and institutionalized violations of human rights are continuing in Iran, with, of course, ruling mullah regime leading these policies. It breaches the rights of the defenders of human rights who reside in our Council member states, 46 permanent ones and many more observer states. This includes the attacks, threats, harassment, violence carried out by Iranian authorities. Colleagues, not in Iran, in the member states, in the member states of the Council of Europe. These people are being tracked, they are being killed, they are being in hostile policies, and we have to create the policies and an international new framework to protect them. That's why I think this document clearly sets a precedent to address our governments so we can create such policies. I would like to refer to the UN Independent International Fact-Finding Mission on the Islamic Republic of Iran, published in February 2024, quite recent, and it found that human rights violations in Iran have disproportionately impacted women, children, members of ethnic and religious minorities, while gender persecutions have intersected with discrimination on the basis of ethnicity and religion. And our amendments that was supported by political committee, we thank you for supporting all of our amendments, and the enriches
the text right now, recalling our resolution that we voted recently, like the 1/2054, protecting women human rights defenders in Europe. And there are several brave suggestions, for instance, for the Council, for the members of the ICC member states to amend the statute and refer to a very important suggestion for having the gender appetite and religious appetite in the statute, in the ICC statute. Colleagues, morality police should not exist. It should not tell how you should look like, how your hair should be covered or not, how you should walk and how you should talk, and whether you should actually have an access to education. Therefore, Europe needs to stand up for those people who protect human rights in our member states, and Iran should be free. We should see those footages from 1960s as it was free and independent in the 21st century. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mesinsava Fedorenko. Very strong speech from a very strong lady. May I now call for the first group of speakers, Mr. O'Reilly from Ireland.
Thank you, President. It is my privilege on behalf of the EPP to welcome the report as it both pertains to the internal situation in Iran and to the external situation in Europe of exiled Iranians. And in my short few remarks, I propose to address both questions. I must say I congratulate both Max and Maria, and there is a slight generational divide between myself and Max, but I think he has proposed the motion very well, or the report very well. Now, since the change of leadership in Iran in the last short while, there have been 214 prisoners have been executed in 21 days. In September 2024, there were 2 executions in public as a public display. And of course, the death penalty is an obscenity in any culture or situation. Iranian people who challenge the situation are immediately under threat of torture, imprisonment, and obviously assassination or death. Resolution 167 of 2009 of our Council of Europe decries the situation in Iran. Of course, we condemn retrospectively again the death of Ms. Amni with the morality police in 2022. So violence, torture and kidnapping and death sentences are a feature of the internal situation in Iran. Women are suspended or expelled from university often. They're denied access to banking. They have compulsory veiling. They have to marry young. Marriage rates are ridiculously young or criminally young, and they're not meant to work outside the home in reality or bring in money or have a personal dignity in that respect. I want to turn briefly now to the large population exiled of Iranians in Europe. They are the subject of violence too, and notably Mrs. Rajiv's the NCI, National Committee of Resistance in Iran, have had a number of hits. Other NGOs and individual Iranian objectors are affected on the continent of Europe, and that has to be condemned. The support by Iran of the war in Ukraine is an obscenity. Their logistical support of October the 7th in Israel was an obscenity, as is their support of extremes in a number of ways. Diplomatic relations should not be our diplomatic relations and pressure on Iran should not be exclusive to the nuclear threat. Of course, that's central, but we should also be, in all our dealings with Iran, in terms of international pressure, diplomatic initiatives, sanctions, etc., we should be focusing on human rights. So on behalf of the EPP, I'm very happy to support the report, welcome it, and say that it properly addresses a criminal situation inside and outside Iran, and we have a moral duty as an Assembly, again, to be unequivocal on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. On behalf of the EPP-CD. Now may I call Mr. Oleksiy Goncharenko on behalf of the ECDA Group.
Dear friends, right now Iran is bombing Israel. Right now, hundreds of missiles are falling on the heads of Israeli people. Today, Russia is bombing Ukraine, Iran is bombing Israel, and we are sitting here discussing, oh, let us speak about what is happening in the Middle East. I will tell you what's happening in the Middle East. Barbarians are attacking civilization. Israel is human rights, democracy, rule of law, women's rights. Iran, crazy dictatorship, where they treat with women as with animals. And we are sitting and deciding, discussing, what we should do. There should be solution. The solution is very clear: to destroy the evil. This is the solution. To destroy the evil. Iran under Mullah's regime is evil. Russia under Putin's regime is evil. This is evil. Hamas is evil. Hezbollah is evil. Houthis is evil. All of this is evil. Evil should be destroyed. This is the solution. Not some blah, blah, blah. Not some discussions. This is the solution. Evil should be destroyed. We need to stand together with Israel. Right now, because right now they are attacked. They are the stronghold of civilization there. This is the fact. Maybe there will be a day, I am hoping this day will come soon, when Iranian people will be free of this awful regime, because they hate this regime too. But now they are not. And the whole hope is on Israel, that they will defend, that they will protect these values which we are here fighting for. And we need to support them without any discussions, debates, or everything else. That's so clear. That's so clear. Why we're not doing this? We all should be now with these, in these debates, Middle East, Iran. We need to be with these, supporting Israeli hostages. You know, we all know about, like, Israelis are fighting for their hostages. I feel it with all my heart. We have in Ukraine more than 50,000 hostages, including more than 20,000 children. Just imagine this. And I understand what people of Israel feel. We need all to say together, Am Israel High. That is our motto today. And I address to all of you. You will come back to your countries. You will come back to your parliaments. Let's stand with Israel. Let's stop barbarians. Because this is the war of barbarians against civilization. And all this chaos of axis of chaos, North Korea, Iran, Russia, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and China, which is standing behind them. We should stop them, or they will attack us and they will destroy us. But I believe in us, and believe that we can do together, and we can finish these awful dictatorships, and that will be a great moment for the world history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oleksiy. Now may I call Ms. Lisa Vasylenko on behalf of the ALDE Group.
Okay, thank you, Chair. On behalf of the ALDE Group, I would like to thank our rapporteur, Max Lux, for an excellent report calling for concrete action. Right now, as we speak, Iran is attacking Israel, covering the peaceful cities of Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and many others with a shower of missiles. On behalf of the ALDE Group, and from me personally, deep, deep condolences to all the families in Israel who have to live through this nightmare right now. Today's Iran has become a synonym of terrorism, aggression, and totalitarianism. The regime crushes dissent, brutalizes women, and silences opposition. Today's Iran is a key link in the axis of evil formed by Russia, North Korea, and other authoritarian powers that threaten the existence of democracy, regional stability, and world peace. Today's Iran is a supplier of tools that kill people in the Middle East and in my own country too. Each month, 300 Iranian-made Shahed drones are launched over Ukrainian skies. These drones hit homes, schools, and hospitals. They target our energy infrastructure, they destroy, and they wound, and they kill. The death toll is not just among Ukrainians and Israelis. As we are witnessing now, it is the death of freedom that the Iran of today professes and brings with it. The darkness Iran exports abroad is mirrored by the brutality it inflicts on its own people. The Iranian regime has shown the world what it is willing to do to maintain its power. Murder, imprisonment, torture, rape. Just this year, over 500 Iranians have been executed, 500 lives extinguished in a campaign of terror. Only since August, 214 new murders. The oppression of the Iranian people, the aggression in the Middle East, the provision of weapons to Russia, the destruction of Ukraine, these are not isolated events. This is a planned, broad strategy, a coordinated effort to dismantle democracy, to replace it with totalitarian control, and to strip freedom from the people of the world. And this threat is growing by the day. At this point, we must admit that the international community has failed to act firmly enough on aggressors. Both Iran and Russia are freely launching attack after attack. By acknowledging where and how we have failed peaceful democratic nations, we can move on to fixing things and making sure the same mistakes are not repeated again. So what are the concrete actions we must urge our governments to take? Our governments must finally blacklist the IGRC and the MOIS as a terrorist organization. The support networks of these structures must be banned across Europe. And on the other hand, there must be full support to Iran's opposition forces. We can start by at least recognizing the legitimacy of the Iranian defense resistance units. Canada and the US have already done so. It is now time for Europe to follow suit. As always, the solution to the totalitarian terrorist problem before us will come only if we stand together against the anti-democratic axis of evil. And we must act now before it is too late.
Thank you, Lisa. And may I now call, on behalf of the UEL, Emmanuel Fernandez.
Merci.
Thank you, President. On the 16th of December 2022, in the death of Gina Masini, a Kurdish a girl, because of the moral police, triggered a whole wave of unrest, and the regime responded to the protests with unheard of violence that my group vehemently condemns. The slogan "Women, Life, Freedom" expresses the long-standing aspirations, notably of the young, given the great changes in their society, to try and come up with a social democracy respectful of the respect of young women, ethnic and other minorities. Yes, we firmly condemn the excesses of the Mullah's regime, the violence and the brutality, which is unacceptable towards people who are protesting and demonstrating. And we think also of the hostages being held in Iran, notably Cécile Colère, who for many, many years now has been held in one of the prisons of that regime in inhumane conditions. And we ask for her liberation and those of all inmates there and throughout the world. Faced with this, the question that we have to put ourselves is always the same. What can we do to promote peace and the universal application of human rights? We need to defend universal human rights, and we can only be fully heard if we are coherent and consistent. We need to condemn, and we do condemn, the extremist regime in Iran. So we condemn all regimes who are sometimes governed by ultra-religious extremists who do not respect international law, using terrorist methods and discriminating or persecuting parts of their own population, depending upon their origin or gender, or practicing apartheid and sometimes trampling upon the territorial integrity of neighboring states. We also think that we should not contribute to stoking a simplistic view of the world, according to which a democratic Western bloc, which is entirely virtuous, is committed in a kind of war of civilizations against barbarian or satanic states. We should think about our own methods and the regimes who lend their support to them. We're also aware of the perils caused by wars and the terrorism which is sometimes stoked. So we ask that this dramatic escalation in the Middle East cease, and we hope, and we remember rather, of what has happened this evening, and we think about the Palestinian, Israeli, and Lebanese population under the bombs. We ask all stakeholders to cease the violence and to respect the neighboring states, women, life, and freedom. So we energetically support all of those who keep this cry going and support all such universal rights, so that we realize that all human rights, among them are the inalienable right to life everywhere and under all circumstances.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Now may I call Ms. Deria Turk-Nachbar from the SOC Party.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, das
President, ladies and gentlemen, the acts of this state based on a lack of law has an impact not just on its neighbours but also on its own citizens. Those of us who live in member states of the Council of Europe, who fight for human rights, people who, if we go out and demonstrate against the violation of the Iranian regime, but even we are not safe from its long arm. This is something we have to talk about. I would like to congratulate our colleague Max Lux for his excellent report, the hard work he's put into it. This report provides an excellent basis for us to rethink our relations with Iran. Thank you for that. So, since the death of Gina, we've seen ongoing protests, but we simply look away. Her face has now become the symbol of the process in Iran. Her name, her story have now come to represent the stories of many thousands of people who've been repressed, who've been beaten, who've been imprisoned, who've been killed by this terrorist state, which does not refrain from killing and torturing its own people. What kind of regime can this be? A regime which fears women displaying their hair? What kind of regime which means that people who long for freedom pay a heavy price out of their lives? What is this, a state which is willing to use repression and arms? The report from the United Nations Human Rights Council provides further confirmation of all of this. For the first time, the expression crimes against humanity is being used in official reports about the situation in Iran. It's now written black and white. The Iranian regime has been carrying out widespread and ongoing human rights violations against its own people. It violates international law and in particular has targeted women. Murder, arrest, torture, rape and other forms of sexual violence, persecution, forced disappearances and other inhumane action. A regime that terrorizes its own citizens will have no qualms whatsoever about terrorizing other countries. We've simply turned away for too long. We have allowed torture and violence, random corruption to take over this country. We, all democratic countries, must adopt a clear position. We should be calling for sanctions. The judges, the executioners, the revolutionary guards must be subject to sanctions, and the people who fight against these illegal acts must be supported and protected against transnational repression. Thank you for recognizing that together we can do this. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Deria. I now call Ms. Petra Bayer.
Thank you very much. I also would like to congratulate Max and Maria for the report and the opinion. I think both very well done. And I would like to focus on two aspects or two amendments that came from the Equality Committee. Namely, on the one hand, it was originally Amendment 11 and Amendment 14. Amendment 11 calls to consider a Vienna process-type dialogue with all relevant human rights interlocutors in Iran and abroad. So what is the Vienna process? That's a come-together of Afghan, not Iran, Afghan Democrats and democratic representatives from different organizations who meet 2 or 3 times a year in Vienna, now for about 3 years. And they speak about how a democratic Afghanistan could look like after after the Taliban left, even if we know that still this regime is in force. We also know that time will come that the democratic ones will have the say, and it's so important that they already now make themselves ready and consider what are their common grounds, what are their values, what are they really working for and fighting for, and how is it possible to enshrine all those democratic forces who would like to work on such a modern democratic Afghanistan. And we suggest that this also could be a model for Iran. And the very first thing that they agreed on was to call that, and that's reflected in Amendment 14, that the Rome Statute should enshrine a so-called paragraph on gender apartheid, because it's so important to also see that apartheid is not only against ethnic groups, it also in this case both of Iran and Afghanistan, and also the Iranian diaspora asked for this, inclusion of the gender apartheid in the Rome Statute, which is the legal basis for the International Criminal Court. With that, you can see it as a criminal offense and address the institutionalization of gender-based discrimination, exclusion of women and girls from all public spheres, from everything, from learning, from working, from driving cars, from whatever you can think about. And so I'm really happy that all the suggestions from the Equality Committee were accepted unanimously, and I really think that the opinion brings added value when it comes to women, minorities, and those who are especially suppressed. So thank you very much for this brilliant work.
Thank you, Petra. And now may I call Ms. Deborah Bergamini.
I think that this debate is very important, and to this report as well. And I'm sad that it's been timed so late today, when many of our colleagues are no longer present. I say that because I think that in our mission, we pay great attention, and there's great determination to maintain attention on what's actually happening in Iran. For years now, above all in recent years, the free world has witnessed the whims, an unheard of increase in violence, in particular towards Iranian women. And we recalled the 20th anniversary of the death of the second anniversary of Jina Amini, and we need to remember so many different men and women who over the years have gone out onto the streets to demand respect of fundamental rights. They did this simply like that, came out onto the streets. If we look at the images of what happened in Tehran, and what was there before 1970 was, well, it's on all the social media, we understand that it is possible to maintain individual freedom even in Iran, because it used to be like that. And we, too, should not lose hope. Of course, the eyes of the world today are focused on the conflict. Just these last few hours, hundreds of ballistic missiles have been fired at Israel by Iran. But they're two sides of the same coin, this violent attack outside, and inside there's repression, because there's this huge structure which has been built up over years. And trying to fight this proxy role means perhaps overcoming the greatest obstacle, which it's based on, that is, its power, the power of this particular scourge. On the 26th of September in Iran, a new law was adopted on protection of the family, including chastity, that is, the culture of chastity, and the hijab. So you can see how they're progressing every day, every week. There's an increase in this repression. So perhaps taking advantage of the fact that the eyes of the world are on their conflict. Well, this too is a conflict, a very heavy one. I'd be pleased if there were never any kind of intellectual justification found for this, because the regime of the mullahs, like the regime in Afghanistan, for what they're doing. So we should raise our voice. We, as parliamentarians of the Assembly, should keep our voice loud and clear and think of the rights being taken from Iranian women as it's already been taken from the women in Afghanistan. Let's remember this and remember what they're fighting for freedom, not just in their own countries, but for the freedom of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, for such an excellent speech. Sadly, I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of the speakers is interrupted. I call Mr. Lux, Rapporteur, to reply. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Lux.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, I'm very grateful for the very specific pieces of advice you give me as regards the process of dialogue in Vienna. I think it's exceedingly important that precisely when it comes to our policy on Iran, that we, as Europe, act more. And let me pick up one point. I think all of us here have analyzed the situation very well. We agree that people in Iran deserve our support in the fight against this regime. We know this regime is a danger for us. We know that this regime is a problem for the Near and Middle East because they misuse the instability of the region, and yet our governments have not, nonetheless, have not managed it after 2 years of very courageous demonstrations to actually describe the Revolutionary Guard as terrorists, even though the Revolutionary Guard have fired with live fire on youths demonstrating. They were responsible for the fact that there was an attempt, there was a terrorist attack on a synagogue in my own constituency 2 years ago, and we know that Israel's now receiving missiles sent from Iran. I don't think governments in Europe have actually grasped that. I think that's what we need to do as an assembly. We need to convince them so they take action and pursue a different policy. There are so many different points where we should not just analyze but get down to work. We've spoken about these. We need to have an effective mechanism for documenting human rights violations, and the question of just how we can bring together members of the Iranian diaspora who live outside that country, and how we can help them in the future. What form should that support take? And there's the question of how we can do something to counter these attempts to destabilize the region. Now, in the diaspora in our member states, we have people who have lived with us not just for a couple of years, they've been with us and have warned us of this for many, many years. So if there's a lesson for all of us here, we should realize that the diaspora in our own midst need support. They need protection. And I'm pleased that there's apparently broad support for that.
Thank you, Mr. Lux. Does the chairperson of the committee wish to speak? Ms. Gardini, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy, I wish to thank the rapporteur, Mr. Max Lux, for the excellent work that he did when preparing the report. Let me also thank the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, and in particular the chairperson, Mrs. Maria Mezhenskeva-Fedorenko, for a very substantive opinion and helpful amendments that our committee fully supports. I also thank all members of the Assembly for their valuable contributions to our debate in this hemicycle today. Dear colleagues, as the rapporteur has clearly shown in his report, the regime in Islamic Republic of Iran threatens our stability and security in many ways. First of all, Iran is contributing to destabilization of Middle East. Iran also provides weapons to Russia and has strategic ambitions in the Mediterranean. The Iranian regime is also a threat to its own citizens. Facing a large-scale protest movement, it has reacted with extreme atrocity and violence. And last but not least, the Iranian regime is directly targeting those Iranians who have found refuge in our member states and seeks to intimidate and silence dissenting voices. This is a major threat to all Europeans. However, as the rapporteur rightly points out, European states have so far failed to design a coordinated strategy to counter Iranian policy. The draft resolution, which is before us today, calls for designing such a coordinated policy. Dear colleagues, the committee has unanimously agreed to the approach of our rapporteur. Therefore, I encourage you to support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gardini. The debate is now closed. Considerations of amendments, document 1605, draft resolution. The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented a draft resolution to which 15 amendments have been tabled. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. Any amendment which has been unanimously approved by the committee seized for all reports shall be put to the vote in plenary and shall be declared as definitively approved unless 10 or more members of the Assembly object. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 1 to 13 and 15 to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved, be declared as approved. Is that so, Ms. Gardini? Thank you. Thank you. If nobody objects, I will consider the amendments to be approved. Is there an objection? If there is, we will need to verify that objection has the required support of 10 people. Please could those who object raise their hand. Yes. There are no objections. Amendments 1 to 13 and 15 to the draft resolution are therefore approved and will not be called. I call Ms. Maria Mezhenskeva-Fedorenko on behalf of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination to support Amendment 14. You have 30 seconds. Maria.
Thank you, President. I will save our time. I spoke about Amendment 14 and amendments possible to the ICC Rome Statute in my initial speech, and I would like to use the remaining time to say that our condolences goes to all the victims today, also in my home city, Kharkiv, which is targeted by Iranian drones in Ukraine. So this amendment supports international law and the amendment to ICC.
Thank you. Does anyone else? Sorry. I call Mr. Claude Kern to support the sub-amendment. Does anybody else wish to support this sub-amendment? Thank you, Mr. Lux.
We had this sub-amendment because some members wanted to make the picture more broad and also to include the religious aspect. And I think this is also very important because religious minorities are treated very bad in Iran, such as the Sunni Kurds or the Baha'i or the remaining Jewish community of Iran. Still 10,000 Jews remain in Iran. And I think it's also important to mention the situation of them and that they face discrimination by law, and that is why I would like to ask you for support for this sub-amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Lux. Does anyone wish to speak against the sub-amendment? No. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment? Yeah.
Totally in favor, President.
What is the committee's position on this sub-amendment?
In favor.
I shall now put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The sub-amendment is agreed to. Now we come to the main amendment 14 as amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? No. What is the committee's position on this amendment?
In favor.
I shall now put the amendment as amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 14 is agreed. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16035. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution is adopted. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the agenda approved on Monday. The sitting is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you.